do some installation. I'm gonna do one more thing I have to do to make him comfortable when he gets here. Is a hold. The hold's in place. And fill in. Rest. I'm thinking layers of cedar and hemlock and then moss on top of that.
Join the world's #1 RPG game. Download now.
Hey y'all, baby, I'm the one that's responsible for doing all the cooking in my family, so I decided to level up. No more aluminum pans. I got these gold chafing dishes from Temu, and they are a bomb 10 out of 10. They can be used for hot or cold foods. For hot foods, just add boiling water to the bottom pan. It comes with a sterno cover. Add your sterno, light it, and it hooks to the bottom of the tray. They're 6 quarts, so they hold a ton of food, and I love the soft closed lid. For cold foods like salads or fruit trays, just add some ice water to the bottom and add your food on top. The top is see-through so you can see how much food you have left, and each set comes with this tray and serving utensil. Not only do they look luxury, they feel luxury, super heavy duty. I can't wait to pull these out at the next family gathering, birthday parties, holidays, and if you're a caterer, you need these in your collection. They're on a lightning deal right now. Search my code KBF3252 and grab yours so you can level up at your next event. Now all you gotta do is call that man and them kids and tell them to come eat because dinner is served. Bye, y'all.
Because a lot of them are very angry at Republicans, to be honest with you. They're
Why is
angry
that?
I don't know. I mean, they're angry at Republicans, but they're not
That's an
angry at
interesting
me.
thing. Why?
They're not angry at me.
Breaking news. Republicans are panicking that the man they've spent years coddling and bending the knee to may cost them the midterms. At least some Senate Republicans are. They are reportedly looking at the midterms and concluding maybe we need a little less MAGA.
The president has been touting and trying to remind voters of the no tax on tips, of the Trump accounts, and some of the other accomplishments that he's at least trying to get out ahead of. But is any of that going to cut through when you have people paying what they're paying at the pump, when you have the looming Iran war that could drive inflation even higher?
Yeah. You know, what's interesting is my colleagues at the budget lab at Yale, we actually calculated the impact of for the average American family of the combination of the president's tax cuts, which did result in greater refunds of around $350 for the average family. But then when you add tariffs to that, that's an increase in about $1,100 in household prices.
So it doesn't offset.
It doesn't offset. And then you add the cost of the Iran war and what's that's doing to energy prices, which is another $400 for households. And so in aggregate, what the reality is what you're hearing from those commentators, which is that things are getting more expensive for them. And we're actually in a situation in this economy, which is called negative wage growth. The reality is inflation is outpacing wage gains that are happening for the average worker.
Multiple GOP senators reportedly told The Hill that Trump keeps forcing vulnerable Republicans to defend policies that are extremely difficult to explain to ordinary voters. One unnamed Republican senator was asked whether colleagues now view Trump as a political liability. His response was, quote, "That's the perception in the room." Pretty damning, right? This room not being the DNC, MSNBC, or Democratic Socialists for that matter, but Republican senators.
Joe, if Trump is just going to ignore the blaring alarm bells on all of this polling, on the economy, is he a liability for Republicans in November?
Yeah, but they have to go down with him. He's the Titanic, and every single Republican has to go down with him. Look, can we just lay out the broad context here? Donald Trump lies as he breathes. I mean, every president spins the economy. Trump out and out lies. He lies about everything. And see, when he lies about the 2020 election was stolen, a lot of people believe him. That lie will work. When he lies and says Haitian migrants were eating cats and dogs, that lie will work because a lot of people will believe him. But when Donald Trump lies about the economy, those lies won't work because, as your two guests just said, we all live the economy. We all know how much we're paying at the pump. We all know how much groceries cost. So Trump's lies about the economy simply will not work with most voters. And I got to be honest, I talk to MAGA voters every day. His lies about the economy aren't really working with them either.
And that sentence tells you almost everything about where the Republican Party currently finds itself. And this is especially relevant as news came out of Florida recently that showed the once sacred Trump endorsement that was usually one of the most powerful weapons in a Republican primary may have lost its mojo. Republican Congressman Andy Ogles of Tennessee, one of the most aggressively MAGA members of the House, just lost his Republican primary despite being endorsed by Donald Trump. Ogles lost to former Tennessee Agriculture Commissioner Charlie Hatcher by roughly 6 points, with more than 80% of the vote counted when the race was called. And this is not a forgotten endorsement that Trump tossed into Truth Social 6 months ago, right? This is someone that Trump actively tried to campaign for. Last week, the president personally participated in a telephone rally for Ogles. And if you've seen some of his posts, he is firmly aligned with the MAGA contingent. And Trump told Tennessee Republicans, he's been a friend of mine. He's been a terrific guy. And then he has my complete and total endorsement.
Andy Ogles is a guy who, let's just say, always looked at a situation and wondered, what's the worst possible thing I could say about this? Complete fealty to President Trump in every statement he ever made. He said Muslims don't belong in America. Homosexuality has no place in America. We can go down the list, continue to deny that the 2020 election was legitimate. There's so much there, and it appears, like many of his Republican colleagues, voters in Tennessee had seen enough.
Yeah, wondered what's the worst thing you could say in this situation, and likely said the thing. One of the most MAGA-aligned members in this House Republican conference was backed by the president. Is the same person, in addition to all the controversial things that you just mentioned, is the person who tried to sponsor an amendment, or rather a resolution that would allow the president to run for a third term. I mean, it does not get more MAGA and more Freedom Caucus than Andy Ogles. And yet in this new district that was redrawn at the behest of Republicans, lost his primary. And I think it's notable when you consider, and at the end of primary season, we'll be able to take a more holistic look of this, of what the impact of being MAGA in the new maps looks like, but also being MAGA in a period of time where Trump is, and he won't want to hear this, and Republicans might not want to hear this either, he will be a lame duck. And so what does the party do as it tries to navigate that post-Trump period, even as he is still in the Oval Office?
And it matters, right? Because Andy Ogles was exactly the type of Republican who once appeared almost perfectly designed to benefit from Trump's endorsement. Freedom Caucus member, hard right rhetoric, unapologetically MAGA, constant culture war politics with little to no substance. He was a loyalist. This wasn't Susan Collins attempting to win a Republican primary in rural Tennessee. And CBS reported that Ogles became the second Trump-backed congressional candidate to lose a Republican primary in the same week. 2 days earlier in Michigan, Trump endorsed Amir Hassan lost a GOP House primary to Thomas Smith, by the way, a candidate who had actually suspended his campaign weeks earlier. So let's think about that for a moment. Trump endorsed someone, camped out behind that candidate politically, and then the Republican electorate in that area decided to say, well, we'll go for the guy who actually stopped campaigning. And the Hill's reports cited Republicans describing how they were worried about being forced to defend certain indefensible positions, like Trump's proposed $1.8 billion slush fund for people who claim they were unfairly targeted by previous Democratic administrations. Republican senators reportedly believe the proposal was almost impossible to explain to voters.
We need to know, how do we defeat these guys? Tell us.
Well, first of all, I don't know if it's insider information to say that the comparison to Nazis who did bold things doesn't fit with what's going on with the DSA. The DSA is not proposing to burn Jews, kill gays, gypsies, etc. So we are talking about a set of policies that are to the left of where I am, certainly.
I learned that trick from you guys.
How many times have you seen an ad for a game, but when you went to go download it, the game was nothing like the ad? Not this game. This is Matching Story. So you can see in the beginning, they needed help. In order to save them, you need to match blocks and clear the ball pit. Uh-oh, this little girl's about to say bye-bye. This game is completely free. There are over 10,000 different levels. The graphics and animations are so smooth. And the best part, there are no ads in this game. Yes, not a single one. Plus, It's free to play and no Wi-Fi is required. So if you want to experience more levels like this, definitely don't miss out.
Matching story. Play now.
I've seen plenty of power banks over my 15 years of reviewing tech, but this Ridge one quickly became a favorite. So this, a 10,000 milliamp hour battery that's already this small, is pretty clutch, but it's also pretty loaded. Built-in braided USB-C cable and lightning cable for fast charging, that just makes sense. But it can also do wireless charging, and you better believe if it's an iPhone, it can also do MagSafe. And it also comes in 3 colors, matte black, matte olive, and I guess perfect for the new iPhone 17 Pro color, Base Camp Orange. And yes, in case you're wondering, I could also do wired and wireless charging at the same time from this thing. But it's even more loaded than that. In the center here, right in the middle, that is actually an Apple Watch charger. On the back, it also has a kickstand, so you can charge the phone while it's propped up, maybe watching a video or even just chilling in standby mode at your desk. And anytime you want to see your battery percentage, you guessed it, there's a screen at the bottom. So this thing is basically portable peace of mind in 3 different matte colors, all for 70 bucks. Technically still everyday carry. They don't miss.
Okay.
I was waiting for that.
We are definitely having an identity crisis or a series of headaches, and in very important states. Wisconsin, Michigan, they're swing states. The DSA platform or parts of it, not the abolish the police or the Senate or the presidency, et cetera, are popular with the Democratic base. They're not popular with a general election electorate. And we're going to have to deal with that. But the idea that we are the only ones who are having a headache at this moment is so ludicrous. The Democratic Party is so nuts. How do we have this series of polls from yesterday from Fox on the Senate? John Ossoff is up 13 points. You're a Georgia guy. What is
all that makeup he's paying for?
Don't diss that glow up. He looks great. North Carolina, Roy Cooper's up 8. Ohio, Sherrod Brown up 8. Oh, sorry, Roy Cooper's up 9. Iowa, Josh Turek up 4. In Texas, Tallarico up 3. And Greg Abbott, who will be on the ballot, is only up 1 in our most recent polls. Now, you might say, oh, there's no way that Texas is ever going to go blue, et cetera. Maybe it would go a little bit purple because the Republicans haven't been delivering, because cost of living is too high, because they don't have decent health care. And they did have health care. They needed those ACA subsidies that the Republicans voted against. So, yeah. We got to clean up our side of the street, but I don't know how any Republican is sitting there thinking that they're in good position when you're looking at these numbers right now. And those, by the way, are centrist, normie Democrats. Every single one that I named is not running on the DSA platform. They are running on fixing your cost of living, cleaning up the corruption, making sure that you have health care.
And it comes as the president's approval coincides with his weakening firepower when it comes to endorsements. Reuters Ipsos reported that his approval is around 35%. Among registered voters, Democrats led Republicans on the congressional ballot 42% to 37%. And for the first time in about a decade of Reuters Ipsos polling, Democrats even edged Republicans on which party voters trusted more to handle the economy.
But our country right now is doing better than it's ever done. You know, when I see polls on the economy, I should have 150%, not 100%.
Well, yeah.
Because we have the greatest, this is the golden age of America. What's being built now in this country has never, ever been built. And we are literally in the golden age of America. And I think I actually think people are starting.
We'll see, 89 days.
If I don't run, will those people go out and vote? Because a lot of them are very angry at Republicans, to be honest with you. They're angry at I don't know. I mean, they're angry at Republicans, but they're not angry at me. That's an interesting thing.
Why?
They're not angry at me, but they are angry at Republicans.
As soon as he said that, I thought of you.
Yes.
Okay. How true is it? Are they angry at Republicans, but not him?
He's full of it. The president's full of it. I mean, that's just the bottom line. 43% of them in an average of polls are choosing the Republicans for the House. The Republicans for the House are outrunning President Trump. His approval rating is just 37% in an average of polls. They're outrunning him by 6 points. Among independents, the spread's even wider. I have it as a little nugget down there. The House Republicans are outrunning Donald Trump by 9 points, although they're both doing poorly. But the bottom line is this. When Donald Trump says that voters are angry at Republicans, not him, that, simply put, is not the case looking at the data. Voters who want congressional Republicans to do more to stand up to Trump or work with Trump. 56% say more to stand up to Trump. That's what they want congressional Republicans to do, compared to just 35% who say they want congressional Republicans to work more with them. As I said at the top here, what we're dealing with is Republicans are getting dragged down by Donald Trump, not the other way around. And indeed, among independents, what we're seeing is 65% they want them to say they want congressional Republicans to do to stand up to Trump.
Maybe they just went ahead and got a sneak peek of Trump's recent jobs report, a report that not even Fox News can.
Whiteout Survival. Play free now.
Were you recently injured in a car accident? If so, you need to stop now and immediately call an experienced auto accident attorney. Look at this check for $237,000. This settlement and many others like it were payments our team of legal experts obtained for our clients. If you have not been in an auto accident, feel free to skip this video. We don't want to waste your time. But for those of you still watching, I'm going to share the best way for you to achieve the maximum settlement. The right attorney can help you get top compensation for your vehicle or property damage, medical bills, lost income, and pain and suffering. To obtain the most compensation for your car accident, we need to know if the accident was not your fault, if you were injured, and if the accident happened within the last 2 years. If this matches your circumstances and you have not spoken with an attorney, you need to call us now. Do not speak to insurance companies or the other party without legal guidance. Saying the wrong thing can absolutely destroy your case and reduce or even eliminate your settlement amount. Don't wait to contact us. The longer you wait, the less severe your case may appear. Eventually, the time to make a claim will vanish. You need to call us to get working on your case as soon as possible. Unfortunately, we've seen too many car accident victims attempt to settle cases on their own without the help of an experienced attorney. With no threat of a lawsuit or litigation, insurance companies make lowball offers and pretend like it's the best they can do. Do not make this mistake. You need the help from experienced attorneys at Fine Legal to navigate the complexities of insurance law on your behalf. Great, you're saying, but how much will a personal injury attorney cost? This is a good question and the one everyone asks. Experienced personal injury attorneys work on what's called a...
Help him spin.
Let's get to Lauren with the numbers. Go ahead, Lauren.
Minus 23,000. No rebound for the July jobs report. Negative 23,000. Unemployment rate drops in July to 4.1% from 4.2% in June, and the same for the expectation. The number of unemployed drops from 7.1 million to 6.9 million. Where are other jobs, Maria? Well, manufacturing, bright spot, better than expected, created 5,000 jobs in the month. But again, a disappointing jobs report.
In just 2 days after President Trump traveled out to Las Vegas looking for a reset so midterm Republicans can talk less about the war in Iran and more about the economy delivered some unwelcome news.
In my second term, we're achieving our economic independence.
The road to economic independence.
My apologies, folks. My apologies. I'm here. Let's get down to business, man. Let's go.
Can be bumpy, including a big miss in July's jobs report, which projected 80,000 jobs added, but found 23,000 jobs cut. Midterm implications, TBD.
The question is, will they vote? Because a lot of them are very angry, not angry at me, but they are angry at Republicans.
Jobs reports for May and June were revised down 103,000 jobs, but the Trump team says there's a bright side.
There's a boom in manufacturing and construction
across every manufacturing industry just about. And so factories are being built at a pace that we've never seen before.
Mines, too, specifically for rare earth minerals.
The United States is opening new mines at the fastest pace, and we opened the first American rare earth mine in more than 70 years. Critical minerals are the raw materials of American strength that power everything from advanced weaponry to automobiles.
Onshoring advanced weapons systems could prove critical, as the Iran war has demonstrated how quickly advanced weapons systems stockpiles can dry up. There is a light at the end of the tunnel in Iran, though. Reuters is citing a U.S. official who says, quote, "We expect a deal soon." And, quote, "Once a deal is announced to restore commercial shipping without impediments, the U.S. will lift the blockade of Iranian ports."
But anyway, I won't...
Smash that like button. Let's see why Fox wants Trump off the air. Smash that like button, y'all. Double tap that screen. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the blood running in this chat.
Wow, how much are these PS5 Pros?
I'm ready to flame something.
$1,000? You don't need to spend that much. Right now, Temmie's back to school sale has already started, and this PS5 Pro is super.
But our country right now is doing better than it's ever done. You know, when I see polls on the economy, I should have 150%, not 100%.
Let's get to Lauren with the numbers. Go ahead, Lauren.
Minus 23,000. No rebound for the July jobs report. Negative 23,000. Unemployment rate drops in July to 4.1% from 4.2% in June, and the same for the expectation. The number of unemployed.
Ouch. I thought y'all said the numbers was up.
Drops from 7.1 million to 6.9 million. Where are other jobs, Maria? Well, manufacturing, bright spot, better than expected, created 5,000 jobs in the month. But again, a disappointing jobs report.
They've had 3 months now of real weakness in the job market. Is the economy moving into a new phase where we're losing jobs slowly but surely? Because that would not be good politically for the president, would it?
President is struggling with terrible news on Fox, of all places. That's right, the president who spent months insisting that the American economy is booming. Well, Fox News are struggling to maintain the illusion because after Friday morning's jobs report, it was difficult for anyone, let alone Fox News actors, or anchors as we like to call them, to try and spin it in their favor. In fact, Fox business anchor Lauren Simonetti opened her segment with the words, quote, "Again, a disappointing jobs report. The U.S. economy lost 23,000 jobs in July, with my favorite segment of Maria Bartiromo being forced to report the number on air, repeating it actually, before then clambering for a positive because stocks look...
Right, that ain't even close to winning, Carp. But let them tell it. Only winning 20% of his fucking his cases. 20% of his administration's court cases. That is how fucking bad they're doing. 80% loss record.
Strong. I'm sorry, that's not going to help everyday Americans who are struggling to put food on the table, let alone invest in the stock market.
Report, and it was obviously weaker than expected, but it did cause a big rally in stocks as it suggests that a rate hike is perhaps lesser of an eventuality for the Federal Reserve. And here is the list of the jobs created and lost. Leisure and hospitality down 40,000, as John just mentioned. But construction was up 22,000. Manufacturing was up 5,000. Private education and health services up 25,000.
But the Bureau of Labor Statistics also revised the previous 2 months sharply downward, right? May had originally reported 129,000 jobs. That's been revised down to 63,000.
Smash that like button when y'all come in, man. Double tap that screen. Jobs is toe up. Economy is toe up. Gas, toe up. What more can we say?
June was originally reported at 57,000. That's now 20,000. So combined, May and June produced more than 100,000 fewer jobs than previously estimated. That's far from the acceleration that Donald Trump talks about. And remember, economists were expecting that the forecast was approximately...
Hey, Gene, you got a lot of hate in you, and I know what your problem is. Your ass is insecure. Your ass is lacking your motherfucking self. You worrying about some fucking Muslims? Man, be for fucking real. Be for real. Take your whack ass. Go do some soul searching, you inferior motherfucker.
Maybe 80,000 jobs added in July. Instead, with the minus 23,000, that's a miss of more than 100,000.
It's always some sniveling bitch in the fucking comments section with a whole bunch of wahoo fucking bullshit ass information and nobody gives a fuck about. Bitch, get the fuck out of my chat. Stop spamming my chat, typing a whole bunch of bullshit. Fuck you. Fuck out of here, you weirdo. Carp, why the fuck y'all ain't put this dude out, man? We don't need weirdos like this in our chat.
Jobs relative to expectations.
If I don't run, will those people go out and vote? Because a lot of them are very angry at Republicans, to be honest with you.
Why
I don't know. I mean, they're angry at Republicans, but they're not angry at me.
Why?
They're not angry at me, but they are angry at Republicans.
As soon as he said that, I thought of you.
Yes.
Okay. How true is it? Are they angry at Republicans but not him?
He's full of it. The president's full of it. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And 43% of them in an average of polls are choosing the Republicans for the House. The Republicans for the House are outrunning President Trump. His approval rating is just 37% in an average of polls. They're outrunning him by 6 points. Among independents, the spread's even wider. I have it as a little nugget down there. The House Republicans are outrunning Donald Trump by 9 points, although they're both doing poorly. But the bottom line is this. When Donald Trump says that voters are angry at Republicans, not him, that, simply put, is not the case looking at the data. Voters who want congressional Republicans to do more to stand up to Trump or work with Trump. 56% say more to stand up to Trump. That's what they want congressional Republicans to do, compared to just 35% who say they want congressional Republicans to work more with them. As I said at the top here, what we're dealing with is Republicans are getting dragged down by Donald Trump, not the other way around. And indeed, among independents, what we're seeing is 65% they want them to say they want congressional Republicans to do to stand up to Trump.
And Donald Trump has not exactly been campaigning as the president of lowered expectations, has he? He's been telling Americans that they're living through this economic renaissance. Record-breaking, unprecedented. Everyone's thriving out there, especially his mates that can finally afford private jets.
But we passed the largest tax cuts in American history. We delivered 100% expensing. That's a big one. I think, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country in my first term. We then got hit with COVID, but even including COVID, we did a great job in COVID. We never got credit for it. But every country was ripped apart by that disaster. We know where it came from. It came from Wuhan. And I said that. But we were all ripped apart. And China got hit very, very hard. It was delayed. They got hit.
Fucking very, very hard. Many, many people. This dude is a fucking jerk off.
Very hard at the end. But it was a terrible thing. But we had the greatest economy in history. And before COVID, nobody had ever seen anything like it. But if you just took those 3 years and look at what we're doing now, we're going to blow them away. I mean, unless some horrible event happens, which is always possible. You know, we always have to at least think about the horrible events. Who would have thought that COVID could have happened? A thing like that could have happened. But we delivered 100% expensing, and that expensing, I think, we write it off in 1 year. I have friends that bought things that, frankly, they didn't need. I have a friend that never flew in a private plane in his life, and he ended up going out and buying a very expensive private plane because of expensing 1 year.
But it doesn't line up with what the government's own employment statistics are saying. They're increasingly telling a different story. And even Fox Business recognizes that there's a major problem here. And that matters, right? Because Trump will usually dismiss any negative coverage on his economy as it coming from fake news, New York Times, or the failing CNN, whatever it is. He can claim Democrats fabricated economic pessimism. In fact, he has went as far to claim that just the numbers are fake. But this is Fox Business. His own friendly economic commentators are using words like disappointing and disturbing. So it becomes slightly harder to convince Americans that everyone is secretly experiencing the greatest economy in recorded history.
How many times have you seen an ad for a game, but when you went to go download it, the game was nothing like the ad?
Yep. 401ks are the highest they've ever been by double and triple. Yep. And then I read where we're doing badly on the economy. By the way, job numbers. We have more people working in the United States today
Aloha,
than ever
Kitty,
in
what up?
history. We're doing an unbelievable job. Costs are coming way down. I inherited, they talk about costs. I inherited very, very high costs, and they're all coming down now. The food, the groceries, it's all coming down. We've done a great job. I think we should be given an A+ on the economy, but I think that's coming. People are starting to talk about it.
I'm wondering, sir. They've had 3 months now of real weakness in the job market. Is the economy moving into a new phase where we're losing jobs slowly but surely? Because that would not be good politically for the president, would it?
No, I don't think that's what we're seeing at all. And one of the things we have to remember is that in the Biden years, you would expect to see numbers north of 100 because there are all these illegals coming in, really a stampede of them coming in and taking jobs. And what's happened is because we have a tight border and because we've been deporting folks who aren't citizens, then that puts downward pressure on what the sort of break-even job number is.
And it's bleeding into the polls that are being conducted across the board. The Washington Post Ipsos poll found that only 33% of Americans approve of his handling of the economy. So it seems that Americans have already reached a verdict on his economy, and that verdict is not flattering. The same poll found that 65% say groceries were unaffordable. 59% said people like themselves and their families do not have a good chance of improving their standard of living under the current conditions. Nearly half expected the economy to become worse over the following year. And that's another issue ahead of the midterms. Consumer sentiment is way down, right? People are not encouraged about anything that this administration seems to be doing. Among registered voters, 54% identified the economy and high prices as one of the most important considerations in their midterm vote. Hence why the political meltdowns from Mike Johnson and co. And Trump, he didn't return to office promising voters that they would eventually appreciate his decisions because they would invest in the stock market. People don't care about Plantair's operating margin. They care about trying to make ends meet. He promised.
Shout out to France. Shout out to Scotland. Smash that like button. Double tap that screen. What is your take on the presidency of this current administration?
Affordability, prosperity. He told Americans, put me back in office and I will fix the economy day one. And voters gave him the job. Now they own the receipt. And Trump can try to blame Biden, Obama, hell, even I think Bush got thrown in there by J.D. Vance, did he not?
In just 2 days after President Trump traveled out to Las Vegas looking for a reset so midterm Republicans can talk less about the war in Iran and more about the economy delivered some unwelcome news.
In my second term, we're achieving our economic independence.
The road to
Shout out to Scotland. Shout out to Scotland. Scotland says he's a fucking idiot. All the way over there in a different fucking language, dialect. He's a fucking idiot.
Economic independence can be bumpy, including a big miss in July's jobs report, which projected 80,000 jobs added, but found 23,000 jobs cut. Midterm implications, TBD.
The question is, will they vote? Because a lot of them are very angry, not angry at me.
Terry, even though we know it's not, it was definitely not. It was no fucking need to do this bullshit. Now, what is your reason that it needed to be done? Please tell us, enlighten us.
But they are angry at Republicans.
Jobs reports for May and June were revised down 103,000 jobs, but the Trump team says there's a bright side.
There's a boom in manufacturing and construction across every manufacturing industry just about. And so factories are being built at a pace that we've never seen before.
Mines, too, specifically for rare earth minerals.
The United States is opening new mines at the fastest pace, and we opened the first American rare earth mine in more than 70 years. Critical minerals are the raw materials of American strength that power everything from advanced weaponry to automobiles.
Onshoring advanced weapons systems could prove critical, as the Iran war has demonstrated how quickly advanced weapons systems stockpiles can dry up. There is a light at the end of the tunnel in Iran, though. Reuters is citing a U.S. official who says, quote, "We expect a deal soon," and, quote, "once a deal is announced to restore commercial shipping without impediments, the U.S. will lift the blockade of Iran. Imports.
But if you look at the polling, Trump's overall approval is down to just 35%, 1 point above his lowest level that Reuters Ipsos has recorded during his current presidency. And in one key area, the Iran war, it's not
a fucking unhinged idiot.
If voters are optimistic things will change anytime soon. That same poll found that a majority of Americans expect gas prices to become worse because of the war that they can't see ever ending at this point. So Trump is being squeezed from both directions. His domestic economic record is weakening, and his foreign policy that is contributing to the cost of living problems that voters are already blaming him for doesn't seem to be getting resolved anytime soon.
In the first quarter, the economy was beginning to take off like a rocket, and then we got into this skirmish with Iran. Okay, so clearly that's
You're calling it a skirmish.
War, whatever you want to call it.
Is this how you expected the second Trump term to go?
No, not at all. I hoped it was going to be so much better.
He also promised no new foreign wars. We're obviously in this war in Iran, which is why we're seeing the gas prices so high. What do you make of the president not keeping those campaign promises?
He just told us what we wanted to hear to vote him back in.
What would your message be to him about the economy right now, about prices, about day-to-day life?
I would tell him.
Shout out to my Australia mob, man. Shout out to Australia. They in the building as well. So we got Australia, Scotland, and who else? Australia, Scotland, and I forgot the last goddamn place. Either way, we got people in the goddamn chat. Smash that like button.
You promised us you would lower prices, bring back what it used to be.
I was hoping that gas was going to go down so I could do something, you know. You can't
Oh, shout out to France.
do anything with gas prices, and you just can't afford to breathe at this point.
Are you regretting your vote right now?
I have the past 2 years, yeah, I have. I'm actually not even voting the next time.
So he just can't compartment.
Trying to tell you, a lot of Republicans are staying home. They're not voting. So with that being said, we gotta show the fuck up. Independents, Democrats, everybody gotta show the fuck up and wave this bitch out. Straight like that.
Him anymore, and he can't even stop Fox News from reporting the truth either.
Before you go, our book, WTF America, is available for pre-order now. It's the story of how we got here and how we fight our way back. To pre-order, scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Let's do this.
Shout out to Appalachia.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is tearing into Donald Trump. Governor Newsom has done press conference after press conference, and at various events, he's just been laying into Donald Trump. Like, here's the press conference that Governor Newsom just held, where he said, judges appointed by Donald Trump have been smoked out for their clearly obsequious behavior. We see these federal judges appear in these various confirmation hearings where they don't answer basic questions, but how do they behave on the bench? especially when Donald Trump is a litigant before them? Well, we can see in multiple cases involving Donald Trump, one, a criminal prosecution by Trump's DOJ, another case, one of Donald Trump's ridiculous $10 billion lawsuits, how these judges are handling things. I really want to zoom in and provide you with detail, like we do here on the Midas Touch Network, about how these federal judges are handling these matters. So I want to talk about, on the one hand, federal judge Emily Marks, United States District Court judge for the Middle District of Alabama. She was appointed by Donald Trump in 2018. Young lady appointed by Trump. They try to appoint young people in order to keep them on the bench for a very long time. They have lifetime tenure. And then I want to talk about Judge Roy Altman. He's a judge appointed by Donald Trump in 2019. He was the youngest judge, I think, appointed at the time, 36 years old or so, when he was appointed to the bench. And he's the judge presiding over that case where Donald Trump sued BBC for $10 billion. Why don't we talk about
And that's going to fuck him up. That right there is going to get his ass done.
Judge Altman's ruling first. Then we'll go back and we'll talk about Judge Marks. Remember, these are both Trump appointees. So by now you know about the BBC case. Donald Trump sued BBC for $10 billion. They did a documentary for their Panorama show that aired in the UK. It never aired in the United States. They spliced it together in a way that Donald Trump said defamed him because it made it appear that he was supportive of the January 6th insurrection. The BBC admitted, well, we did splice it, but I don't understand what the defamation is here, that you're claiming you're injured $10 billion. Like, what's the malice? What's the recklessness? What was your role and involvement in the January 6th insurrection? And the BBC said, we're not going to just take this lawsuit lying down. We're going to propound discovery. Trump propounded discovery on BBC. BBC turned over 90,000 records, and BBC's been aggressive in sending discovery requests to Donald Trump. And they've been saying, we want to know about all of your financial records because you're claiming $10 billion in damages. So if you're saying you've been damaged $10 billion, you keep all of your money with the Donald J. Revocable Trust. Let's find out all of the damages that are there. Let's take a look at how you claim you've been losing $10 billion, Donald, to which Donald Trump said, well, I'm not the Revocable Trust. They're a non-party. The non-party, the Revocable Trust, steps in and says, oh, we're not Donald Trump. We're the Donald Trump Trust. And we're a non-party. We're not going to participate. Well, BBC filed a motion to compel. Those are heard before what's called a magistrate judge. A magistrate judge, not an Article 3 judge, but works as in the federal courts below the federal judge. They're appointed by federal judges, and they work within a case, and they handle discovery matters. On the criminal side, they handle other things, but on the civil side, they handle discovery matters. And that magistrate said, "Hey, Donald, you're claiming $10 billion in business damages to your Trump entities. You've put this in issue, $10 billion.
Yeah, they giving him a temporary stay. And that is to see what he can prove to change their fucking mind. But Katie Fang already got a preliminary injunction. And when the person or the judge grants a preliminary injunction to either party, that party is more likely to win. That party has basically already fucking won the case. But they have to give the other party a chance to, turn the tide. And there's no way that they can do that. So Katie Fang is already going to win this case. It's very, very seldom that you're going to see them grant a preliminary injunction and you lose the case. No fucking way.
Is a lot of money. Turn over your records. Right before the deadline of Donald Trump having to turn over his records, which was the middle of last week, Trump goes, emergency, 911. We're going to amend the complaint. We're going to change the whole complaint. We're no longer alleging business damages. Let's delete that. We're actually now just saying it's reputational harm. So ignore that back in 2025 when we filed this, we said business damages. We're not doing that anymore. And ignore the fact that the deadline to file an amended complaint was March. Now we're doing it. And BBC's like, there's no emergency. You just don't want to turn over your financial records and you blew the deadline. So we're entitled to this. And you know what your remedy is if you don't want to do this anymore? Dismiss your freaking case. Get rid of your case or turn over the records. The magistrate judge stood on the order compelling the documents. What does Trump do? Trump runs to the federal judge and says, you've got to stay and stop the ruling by the magistrate because we are going to amend our lawsuit to try to change the allegations to remove business loss and now just claim reputation loss. And
Hey, y'all, definitely subscribe to the channel if you want to hear MAGA get cooked on the daily.
DC is like, what are you talking about? The deadline passed. We're in federal court. This is grown-up stuff. You can't just change it. You're going to change your whole complaint. The time to change it was a while ago. Stop it. This is going to cause us harm now because we've been dragged along in this lawsuit. This is costing us money.
3, 2, 1, go.
Whoever invented
The judge appointed by Donald Trump, Judge Altman from the Southern District of Florida, says, Donald, you raise a compelling argument, he says. This is a compelling argument. If the plaintiff's amendment, if Trump's amendment to his complaint obviates the need to compel a non-party to disclose confidential financial information, we think it's prudent to enter a brief stay of the order until the amendment request is an issue or is addressed. Okay, it's not like some random non-party. It's Trump's revocable trust. It's not like some random company. It's him. It's just he puts his money in a trust. Stop acting like it's some random party. And then you're past the deadline. The deadline passed. If any person went into federal court way past the deadline and said the grounds for emergency is that they're going to have to turn over confidential records because they want to amend the complaint and the deadline to amend is over, the federal judge would laugh at you. And by the way, there are mechanisms to deal with confidential information. It's called the protective order. And you could even designate certain documents what's called attorney's eyes only. And there is a protective order in this case. So you have this judge behaving in such a way that you should never have ever happened in federal court. Oh, you want to amend the complaint? That's a compelling argument. It's not a compelling argument. It's the dumbest argument imaginable. And anyone would be laughed out of court for even making such an argument, yet alone get a stay where Trump doesn't have to produce his financial records right now. That's what the judge said. You could hold off on producing it. Go and amend your complaint, Donald. It's like treating him like a little baby. Then you go to this case in the Middle District of Alabama regarding the Southern Poverty Law Center. And the Southern Poverty Law Center said, vindictive prosecution. This case should be dismissed. Donald Trump is out there posting on social media, attacking the Southern Poverty Law Center. He's saying, he's saying we're going after you because I'm vindictive. It's basically what... Without using those exact words, look at his behavior. Look at the speeches that these Trump regime officials are using. It's as obvious as the Abrego case. It's as obvious as the Comey case. It's as obvious as, all of these other, cases out there. And this Trump-appointed judge, Judge Marks, rejects the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center's claim of vindictive prosecution. And she notes that Trump's rhetoric is wide-ranging. The court is similarly unpersuaded by Trump's post-indictment statements about the Southern Poverty Law Center. Trump's rhetoric, rather famously wide-ranging, and he has undoubtedly been critical of the Southern Poverty Law Center. However, Southern Poverty Law Center fails to establish that Trump's statements evince animus on the part of the United States Attorney for the Middle District of Alabama. So though Trump has specifically criticized the SPLC, the organization has not provided evidence that the prosecutors working on this case were in any way motivated by his purported animus. And then the court goes on to say that ad hominem attacks are just what's to be expected in modern day discourse. This case typifies I'm giving you a direct quote. This case typifies modern American discourse. It is unsurprising that the party's arguments primarily comprise what has become all too common: ad hominem attacks in the form of press releases, interviews, and social media posts. I want to bring in Harry Littman from the Talking Fed Substack podcast and YouTube channel. Harry, I'm sorry I went on so long there, but I had to lay it out in that way because I wanted to use these judges' language, and they're both related to me in how they're behaving. This is what's come to be expected. This is what we expect. This is how. No, it isn't. It freaking isn't. And it isn't a Democrat or Republican thing. This is not the way law and order works, Harry Littman.
Yeah, this is what's come to be expected, the flouting of rules and laws. I got to agree with you. These are two really shabby opinions, man. They're not simply wrong, but they're shabby. Not to be too pedantic, but they're poorly written. The first judge, I haven't seen this in a while, employs the first person plural when talking about we told, we do this. I think that's called the royal we. But, you know, it's really, you can try to puzzle through it, but what he's saying is if you change your whole theory of the case and you amend a complaint, that's a reason to change all of discovery. Two problems here. First, they haven't done it yet. So why is he granting the stay now? The state of the case is the state of the case until he changes it. But when he does try to change it, and he hasn't even gotten there yet, it's pretty clear this change is, there's a word for it in the federal rules, an amendment to a complaint. And there are rules for when you can do it. Imagine if you have a case, 10 years, I want to amend it now. You must do it within a certain time period. That's just rules is rules. It could be a longer time period. It could be a lesser time period. But if the rules say 14 days, you don't say, pretty please, can I have 15 and a half? And by the way, this is not a close call. It's a far call. We've seen Trump do this, by the way, before and try to get away with it, totally flout time limits or not make arguments. You and I have talked about this in the E. Jean Carroll case, where he thinks the rules are not for him or wants to go back. And, any court that's actually just doing what it's supposed to do says rules are rules. And as Justice Marshall from my court used to put it, rules is rules. And, it's nonsensical to just not apply it. Now, in addition, this, there is the whole question of would it be, even if it were timely, which it's 7 months too late, would it be a proper amendment? And what's the reasoning of this for the first judge looking at it? This is the reasoning as best I can tell. It's a 4-page order. I've read it myself, and you put it out there. It would be prudent. Oh, I see. The rules say this, and he's 7 months past the rules, but it would be prudent. What kind of bullshit? It's just because we say so that they're going to just flout and keep the rules at bay. And, both of these cases, obviously the overwhelming point is where Donald Trump is actually in the mix. Wow. We've had such a valiant, by and large, performance by district courts in this country, including Trump appointees. And it's really discouraging to see district courts appointed by Trump really just kind of, thumb on the scale and hands over their eyes where he is involved. That's certainly what's the case in this first the first case that we've talked about. It's too late to amend. It is an amendment, and he's staying it before he's even tried to amend. It's both wrong, but also sort of shabby. Okay, now the SPLC. It's wrong and shabby also. The notion that she seems to be saying, well, first, it's a rough and tumble society and people make ad hominem attacks. Yeah, I guess that's right. But if they're the fucking Department of Justice bringing charges, the government, then those attacks, if you and I have a lawsuit and I'm motivated by some kind of vindictive feelings, happens every day, that the Constitution doesn't bar it. But if the president of the United States is so motivated, we call that a violation of the Due Process Clause and an abuse of government power. You can't excuse it by saying, well, that's how.
So you're saying Europe is a future Islam nation? Is that what you're saying, fam?
litigation is carried through now. Moreover, her point that, well, just because he's a total asshole toward the SPLC doesn't mean it's because it doesn't show anything about the U.S. Attorney for the Middle District of Alabama. That's just wrong Hornbook law. The question is whether the government brought the case for vindictive reasons. We saw this in the Comey case and elsewhere. You don't just go to the last actor, if that, especially, and just in terms of being sensible. What's going on here when Jim Comey's indicted? Does Lindsay Halligan hate Jim Comey? No, she's following orders from the president who hates Jim Comey. That makes it vindictive. Likewise here, her attempt to say, well, you haven't shown the Middle District of Alabama U.S. Attorney has anything in for the SPLC. It's a non sequitur. If you're following orders and the overall vindictiveness comes from the top, that is in some ways even more of a constitutional violation. And now, there's something else going on here that is, you could imagine that the normal test doesn't quite sort of fit in, but what's one reason we know it's vindictive? We know it's not on the merits. The case is so weak. The case is such garbage. It was mischarged. The idea that somehow the SPLC is defrauding its own donors by suggesting that, or by hiding the fact that they are terrorists themselves, it's a complete joke. And that the joke part of it is part of what makes you understand that it's a reprisal or a vindictive prosecution. I think vindictive is probably the better word here. But the basic notion is, this ain't about the facts. This ain't about the law. This is about an organization that Trump, and they've really been in the crosshairs, as I'm sure you know, of sort of the MAGA right in general, hates the Southern Poverty Law Center. So she's wrong on the law. She's blithe and nonchalant and wrong on the facts. Oh, that just happens. No, that's not how it works when it's the executive. But it really is, giving back of the hand treatment to something that I think is pretty serious. What would anyone say? Why are these guys now being indicted? Is it for something they did? Is it some law they broke? No.
Want to get this damage machine for free? Use the code Nemesis
that like
to claim
button,
the
double tap
epic
that screen.
Akemto.
Everybody wants these, but nobody wants
the channel
to do
where we're gonna go ahead and uncover the bullshit that they try to cover up.
What are your thoughts on what ends up happening with the Iran war? Because I've been looking at this thing 17 ways to Sunday, and my takeaway is, literally the best we can hope for is for Trump to effectively surrender and just give Iran the terms that they want, while turning around and then lying and pretending like he won. Yeah. Right? Yeah, that's the best we could hope for, because every other alternative is terrifying. Every other alternative is like the cornered animal does some cornered animal shit and drops a Moab on Iran, or uses nuclear weapons, or tries to take Karg Island, or does some stupid, invasion. So what do you think is going to happen?
I don't know, because Trump is very unpredictable, so I try not to predict the future on things like the Iran war. I mean, I agree with you that is the best case scenario. Obviously, there is no way. This is like Vietnam. You are running into the fact that you cannot, in fact, win this war. That all the U.S. air power in the world is not going to change the fundamental dynamic of the conflict, which is that Iran has the ability to control the strait, and the United States does not have the ability to stop them. That is the fundamental fact of the war, and also that you cannot change the Iranian regime through air power. You're not going to do it. You're just not going to do it. And so we either accept that fact, the other alternative, so there's the escalation alternative, there's the surrender agreement and then lie about it alternative, which is what we sort of saw with the memorandum of understanding. And then Trump became convinced that actually he could win the war because he won't accept defeat. So one of the reasons one of those things won't happen is because men like Trump, like the idea of being humiliated and losing is like you would rather destroy the entire world than admit that you have lost and you were wrong. Like, I really do think
Donald Trump would kill every person on earth before he would ever say, I was wrong about that, and I'm sorry.
Nathan, he can't admit he's lost a golf tournament. Never mind a war.
Yeah, but then the other thing that might happen is happening, and it could go on for indefinitely because Vietnam kind of did this. Is just you bomb them now and again. It just sort of and hopefully, Afghanistan did this for like 20 years, right? Is that like we're still at war, but Americans just don't pay attention, and some things happen over there. Nothing is ever declared. Nothing is ever resolved. It's just a situation of horrible violence and deprivation for the people who are caught in it. And that lasts until a United States president comes along who's willing to take the L, as they say, and get out.
And by the way, we're running out of long-range ballistic missiles, and we're down 80% of our interceptors. And so now the point that experts like Robert Paper making is, he's just going to go to dumb bombs now instead of the smart bombs. So now you're going to see, if he continues this, very, very high civilian casualty rates. And so we're really in a terrible situation. I mean, it really is kind of amazing when you go back and look at all the stuff Trump said about war, where he pretended like he was anti-war. He would go after the Iraq war. And then now you look at him. I mean, he is George W. Bush on steroids. I mean, this is astonishing. This is exactly what everybody in this country didn't want. And here we are. Let's spend billions of dollars on some illegal war against a country.
Shout out to the chat, y'all going in.
Didn't attack us. It wasn't a threat to us. Meanwhile, as Abdul points out, we have 18 million people that got kicked off Medicaid in this country. Now they have no health care. We got 4.5 million people that were kicked off the SNAP program. They don't have food stamps.
Didn't Trump have some quote or somebody near him about how, we might have to do some cuts to Medicaid or something because we got all this
he said we can't afford daycare, we can't afford Medicare, we can't afford Medicaid because we have a war. And it's like, yeah, well, you made that happen. That's you.
Your war that nobody wanted, and that was the most unpopular war from the start. And of course, you were warning people for a long time. Trump's anti-war stuff is all fake. Bullshit. Screaming it. Nobody listened. I keep saying this.
Rafa, shout out to you, Kathy. What it do?
Isn't it kind of funny that there are Americans who think we could win a war with China?
Bro, it would be over so fast. Oh my days. I'd be speaking Mandarin in this bitch right now. You would be speaking Mandarin.
You couldn't win a war with Vietnamese peasants who didn't have shoes. You couldn't win a war with the Taliban in the mountains of Afghanistan. You couldn't win a war against Iran despite sanctioning their economy into oblivion. You can't win a war. Stop waging wars. You're not going to win.
Iran was preparing for this war when Donald Trump was redlining against black people and not allowing them into his apartments in 1985. When Donald Trump was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, Iran was preparing for this war. And so to your point, there's no way. I mean, we're fighting a war. We're preparing for war like it's 1985. Like, that's what we do. We throw a whole bunch of money at our military, and then, the executives take that money and they buy a yacht that puts a yacht inside of their yacht, and it's a slush fund. They're stealing a bunch of it. The Pentagon can't account for 63% of its money, but they're building these super expensive weapons that don't work that well. And then on the Iranian side, they have Shahid drones that are $20,000 a pop that they have an infinite amount of, that they're refreshing at an incredible rate, and they have Chinese intelligence on top of that, so they know exactly where our soldiers are. The only reason why we don't have a massive U.S. ship that's at the bottom of the ocean right now is because Iran has decided to not attack those ships yet. They could have U.S. casualties in the thousands right now if they wanted to. They've chosen not to do that.
Yeah, well, they're actually trying to fight a war. Our military budget is, as you say, in large part graft. It's a large part a jobs program for contractors. And we discover this every time we go to fight a war. Then we're like, why is our military so ineffective? And it's like, well, because the structure of this institution that you've built is a money funnel to private corporations. And nobody has an interest in destroying it because it provides a lot of jobs for a lot of communities. A lot of people suckle at the teat of the military-industrial complex, so we don't want to build a military that can actually fight a war. But as a result, you should probably not wage a war, because you should probably confront the reality of what your military budget actually is.
Smash that like button, y'all. Double tap that screen.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now.
Crazy. Must be an expensive game then.
No, bro, it's free to play.
Okay, well, there must be a lot of ads.
No ads.
So wait, you're telling me you can play it out here?
Yep.
Welcome, everybody, to Crystal Kyle and Friends. I am in a very good mood myself, and ecstatic, I might say, and I'm very happy to welcome to the show, friend of the show, returning champion, Nathan J. Robinson of Current Affairs Magazine. Thanks for joining me, dude. I appreciate it.
Hey, Kyle. Good to be with you, especially this week.
I was going to say, couldn't have picked a better week. We are riding high. We are feeling good. The vibes are just phenomenal and through the roof. I don't know if you saw, me and Crystal posted a video on my channel yesterday where we went to our local wine store and picked the most expensive champagne on behalf of Abdul. We spent $95 for a bottle of Moet. It was fucking delicious. I also got a cigar. I was smoking a cigar, living like a king, just like basking in the joy. So how are you doing, man? How are you feeling?
I didn't get any fancy champagne, but what I did do was read all of the right-wing tiers. So I read Wall Street Journal op-eds, and I read Fox headlines, and I just basked in their horror at Abdul becoming a United States Senate nominee.
Well, speaking of their horror, you actually gave Fox News quite a panic just recently. You went on Will Cain's show. I love the fact that they're now inviting you on. I love the fact that like they feel sort of like obligated to have socialists and lefties on now. I mean, it's been a long time coming. They should have had us on, but now they kind of have to. And I just wanted to show my audience, you absolutely busted up Will Cain, and it's glorious. So everybody take a look at that clip.
Nathan, good to have you on the program. Thank you.
Hello, Will. Good to be with you.
So, Nathan, look, I know because I've got notes here that say you don't want to endorse a candidate. But look, you're a socialist. You've got a fancy accent, which suggests you're not necessarily, at least originally, an American. You are also ascendant. The socialist, you're ascendant. How would you feel about Kamala leading the party in 2028?
Yeah, not good. You're not going to find much support for Kamala Harris or Pete Buttigieg or Hillary Clinton among the Democratic Socialists because these politicians represent exactly the tendencies within the Democratic Party that since Bernie Sanders ran in 2016, Democrats have been arguing against, right? They're associated with the deeply unpopular Biden administration.
Wait.
The Biden administration's line was...
What about they're coming to you, though? They're moving towards you. So like Pete Buttigieg talking about doing away with the Electoral College and packing the Supreme Court. Yeah. You're just saying it's just not enough?
Well, Pete Buttigieg is a former McKinsey consultant who adjusts everything he says on the basis of what his poll numbers are telling him. What the Democratic Socialists have said since 2016 is that mainstream Democrats have neglected working people's needs. That they have said things like, the economy is good, but you just don't appreciate it. The Democratic Socialists say, no, actually, you're right about your economic frustrations. Let's talk about the cost of childcare. Let's talk about the health care. Let's talk about getting you into a union so you have better bargaining power with your boss. Let's talk about kitchen table issues that matter to working people.
Okay, so no Pete Buttigieg, no Kamala Harris, no Hillary Clinton. Not everybody who is even ascendant right now is at least in name a Democratic Socialist. So like Abdul al-Sayed, he's rejecting the socialism part. We played that clip earlier. He says that's at least what he says. I mean, I think you and I might agree. His actions and policies suggest something else. So could you get behind a guy like Abdul al-Sayed, who's today in a primary in Michigan?
Well, I think he's pretty sincere about not being a socialist. He just doesn't believe in the kind of public control, level of public control of the economy that socialists do. But I think the real question for Democratic Socialists in 2028 is who aligns best with the priorities that we're talking about. And Abdul is running on Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All. Abdul wrote the book on Medicare for All. And that's what socialists care about, right? They care about getting people affordable health care. They care about strengthening unions. They care about tackling the climate crisis. So the things that Abdul is prioritizing are the things that socialists value, which is why I think he'll be a very strong contender.
Oh, but I hear you being a practical political commentator there. You're basically saying he may not be a socialist, but he's closer to a socialist than is Haley Stevens. And so I would have to assume as well that if you got to it in a presidential election, then if it were Pete Buttigieg versus Hillary Clinton, you'd do the same thing. You'd say, I guess I'm behind Pete Buttigieg. He's more socialist.
Well, I don't know. Pete Buttigieg versus Hillary Clinton. I would plead that that's not how things came out. That we had someone better than those two choices. I've written very critically about both of those politicians, but it would depend on who.
It's interesting. It's interesting to hear you be practical in your politics, Nathan, when so many of the policies of the Democratic Socialist of America are patently impractical. I mean, this is my editorialization here, Nathan, but you're promising pie in the sky, ridiculous concepts like abolishing prisons, abolishing the police. There's no, not only is there no reality of you implementing these policies, but there's no, I don't even know that you really want them. You say them out of one side of your mouth to one audience, and you say something else to another audience. So it's like, it feels like you're running for student council in middle school.
Well, no, I think actually, Will, you just misunderstand how it works, right? So, like, every socialist has a dream, and the dream is that eventually we don't have crimes, so you don't have to have prisons, right? You deal with crimes before they happen rather than after they happen by throwing people in cages. And then we have a practical side, which is you run for mayor. You have to fix potholes. And I think what you see in Mamdani, right, is that when socialists are actually elected, they fill potholes, they improve bus speeds, he's building rest stops.
So you don't really want to abolish prisons?
He's expanding free preschool. You know, it's very, very practical things. When Bernie was the mayor of Burlington, right, he sort of focused on building affordable housing, on protecting the waterfront.
But I'm saying, so why are you saying these things like abolish prisons and defund the police? If you don't really plan on doing it, why say it? Why lie to your voters?
Because nobody's lying. Everyone's running on the exact kind of things that they're going to do, right? Mamdani ran on the things he was going to do, and now he's doing them. But socialism does have a utopian component that dreams that someday, we're not going to have prisons.
But I would be careful, Nathan, because what you begin to sound like there is the very thing that you criticized at the outset of our interview. You sound like a Democrat who makes big promises that somebody else will come along in 5 to 10 years and say you never fulfill those promises. You sound like the exact same thing that you accused Hillary Clinton of being. And I'm saying the difference between you and Hillary Clinton is 10 years, Nathan. In the next 10 years, something more radical than you will come along and criticize your practicality.
Mamdani ran on a series of promises, right? Freeze the rent, free childcare. He's fulfilling the promises. So there's no broken promise. He's telling voters exactly what he's going to do. He gets into office, and now that's why you're seeing he has a very high approval rating, and most people in New York think the city is finally going in the right direction.
And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes, right? Like every other experiment in socialism. We'll see how that public-run grocery store goes.
I'm pretty confident.
Me too. Me too. Love to have you back along the way. Thank you, Nathan.
Can you hold back for
This is the perfect pair for your iPhone, and it replaces 3 different chargers. So when I travel, I don't pack extra cables, I don't have to pack extra bricks. This covers my phone, my watch, and anything USB Type-C.
Down we go into the Atlantic Ocean now. Look at this movement. Now minus 22 points. That is a shift, Johnny B, of 28 points away from the MAGA movement, away.
But he's winning, y'all.
With non-college Americans.
We're going to start with Trump because he is a piece of shit. And, guys, dude, he is struggling. I don't know if you saw the new Harry Enton clip, but can I just tell you, this shit is not good for Trump, guys. I saw this, and I'm like, oh my God. Because think about what MAGA's doing right now. You have Tucker Carlson talking about the government having access to aliens. Candace Owens is like warring with TPUSA and Andrew Wilson and Joe Rogan and whoever else, and they're just making a mockery of themselves. Mike Johnson is running around talking about communism, okay? Riley Gaines and a bunch of shitty male basketball players that were bottom of the barrel are trying to like dredge up the transphobia shit. And this is where MAGA really is right now. So, with all, can Donnie's new hair run for president? Yo, yeah. Is this toupees to go? Oh, great. Yeah, this is political punk here. So I gotta run a question by you, boss. Can Can Donald J. Trump's new rug run for president? Was that rug, whatever animal you sourced that rug from, was that a local, like, dude, that merkin that's sitting on his head, did you trim that off an American beaver, or? Dude, I am dying. All right, so it is confirmed, 2 pays to go, has confirmed that no, Donald.
Hey, anybody in this chat that's liberal or independent, how many fucking times in your life have you gone in a MAGA chat to tell them dumb motherfuckers that they're wrong about what they're talking about? How many times? If it's 0, type 0 in the motherfucking chat. I ain't never in my fucking life went in the MAGA chat to listen to that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So, on the other hand, ain't it wild how MAGA come and sit in my chat for 3 fucking hours? That lets you know there's some insecure motherfuckers right there. And you some goofballs for just sitting there listening to a motherfucker talk shit about you. And all you doing is say, you lie. Not true. Fake news. I'm just putting it in y'all face how y'all some weird, weak-ass motherfuckers. Sniveling goofballs.
Trump's forehead merkin is not allowed to run for president. That it is, in fact, a Venezuelan beaver that they sourced that particular hair product from. All right. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you. Yes. Keep to paying. All right. Yep. Fuck you. Bye-bye. They're yelling communists. They're screaming about whatever, transgender people. Trump is flailing. Epstein is nipping at his heels. The BBC that he loves so much is trying to split him wide open by going in on his financial records. So Trump is in hell right now. He lost with the reflecting pool lies. Everything is falling apart. And then he got this bit of information.
What is going on, Mr. Berman? What's going on is simple. Is the MAGA movement was built among the working class, non-college Americans. And take a look at this trend line that we're looking at in the data. Here we go. Okay, net favorability rating, the MAGA movement, non-college adults. Back in October of 2024, look at that. On the plus side of the ledger, positive, plus 6 points. Down we go into the Atlantic Ocean now. Look at this movement. Now minus 22 points. That is a shift, Johnny B, of 28 points away from the MAGA movement, away with non-college Americans. So the bottom line is the group at which the Trump movement was built upon, they are shifting away and saying, we don't like MAGA anymore.
Same question, same poll here. This is really interesting to see these numbers move like that.
Yes, exactly right. It's the same question.
This is their foundational piece. When you go into the basement of MAGA, the concrete down there, all of the pillars holding up that structure are non-college people, okay? And they are not happy, okay? They are not happy with MAGA, but it gets better.
Same poll.
All right. So how about what the same group is saying about Donald Trump specifically?
Yeah, okay. So you know what? The idea being, okay, maybe they've soured on MAGA, but they haven't soured on MAGA, but maybe they haven't soured on me, Donald Trump might be saying. Ain't the truth. Take a look here. Okay. Non-college voters on Trump. Hello. Okay. In the 2024 election, he won them by 13 points, right? That was the reason he won. He won among non-college voters, a very strong performance amongst them. And that, of course, was the reason he was able to win, because college voters were against him. But look at this now. Minus 19 points. Minus 19 points. We're talking about an even bigger shift here. We're talking about, what is this? This is a 32-point shift away from the President of the United States when it comes to his key core political group. This is why he's in so much trouble. It's not just that college voters are against Trump now. It turns out that non-college voters, the ones that he built his presidential bid on, have waved adios, goodbye, see you later, Mr. Trump.
But, all right, so now it's not just MAGA, It's not just Trump, but guys, it gets worse. You think it can't get worse? It gets worse because who do the non-college voters like right now?
We don't like you anymore.
So what impact might this have on Republican House members?
Okay, Johnny B is asking the key question here because maybe they're abandoning President Trump, but you know what? The midterm elections, they may not like Democrats either. Well, if you're a congressional Republican, you wish that to be true. I have bad news for you because it turns out that the non-college voters are turning on you too, and it may in fact turn you out of power in the congressional elections coming up in the midterms. Choice for the House, non-college voters, 2024 election. Look at this.
Dude.
Republicans plus 13 points. Now Democrats actually lead among non-college voters in an average of polls. It's just a point, but you know what? When it comes to a point, and given how well the Democrats are doing among college voters, these are the types of numbers in which blue waves are built, and therefore we can say that the key group that put Donald Trump in the White House, the key group that he built the MAGA movement upon, is leaving him, and it's leaving congressional Republicans too.
Dude, this is insane, guys, because I have not seen non-college voters be in the plus side on the Dems since Obama. Okay? Let's be real. It was 2008. Okay? And now plus one is not big. I mean, there's a margin of error there, which means it may very well be -5. But the point being is the massive MAGA non-college days, that has thinned out. And so they are either going to pick some Dems or they're going to fucking stay home, guys. This is huge. Non-college voters swinging toward the Dems. They're down on Trump. They're down on MAGA. Very bad news for Trump. Now I have another addendum. The good news is literally Abdul El-Sayed, Hassan, Chris Rabb, Daria Eliza, Avila Chevalier, Zohran Mamdani, and so on and so forth. Abdul El-Sayed, Francesco Hong. You know why that's good news? Because the young people are lit up, okay? The young people that normally don't know if they're going to vote, maybe they're upset about things going on, they're motivated because progressives and DSA candidates have been winning. These people, Francesca Hong, she has a ground game, man. Boots on the ground. Young people, young college people, young political-minded people are on the ground because they're not out there having to campaign for Hillary fucking Clinton. They're out there actually campaigning for progressive and DSA candidates that are winning, that they love, and they're out there campaigning with Kat Abu Ghazala and Hassan Piker and fucking, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, this is fucking good news, dude. We have a lot of people that are getting very motivated and they're getting very like, you know, like we can do this. What I take from the Enton with this, guys, is simply that whether these polls are accurate or the numbers are accurate, it's what it is it's a mood. A mood. The fact that MAGA's losing steam and MAGA and America First are fighting for the keys to the cult, and all the influencers are arguing over Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk didn't deify TPUSA. In fact, it weakened it because everyone thinks Erica Kirk is a freak. They're not in the colleges. They're trying to get into high schools. They're getting fought back. Moms of Liberty is useless. People aren't showing up to the big protests at the WNBA game. And the fact is when non-college voters and former MAGA are mad at Trump and they're mad at MAGA and they're mad at the GOP, they're not going to get won over by like transphobia. They're not going to get won over by calling people communists, okay? Because they already lived through Joe Biden and they know we didn't really have communism. In fact, when Joe Biden left office, shit was expensive, but it wasn't this fucking expensive. And he didn't put us in a war. And you know what I'm saying? And so the flailing of the GOP being like communist, socialist, fascist, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that shit's going to work as good. It's not going to work as good when people, like I said today, when you're a non-college voter and you got to go take out a loan to buy some fucking hamburger, you're not going to be wooed by, you know, somebody arguing about like transgender people or screaming the word communist. Okay? I mean, people are going hungry, guys. And I think that the fact that their own party is talking about, like, you know, trans girls in basketball, when people are like, yo, like, whether there's a trans girl or no trans girl, like, how the fuck am I going to put food on the table? And why is Donald Trump, like, getting billions of dollars in crypto? And why did he put us in a war? And why did he...
Why? Can one of you motherfuckers answer that? Fuck all this sniveling and jerking off in the motherfucking comment section. Answer the fucking question. Why in the fuck why are we in this war? What is a good reason? What's changed? What's making, how's this war making it better for America? Please.
Not lower prices? And why is my energy bill not cut in half? And why did my farm go bankrupt? Right? And so the thing is they're going to be at least gruntled enough to not show up. Okay? They are not going to stand in line for 8 hours to vote for some Republican shitter that has done nothing for them. All their attacks, the math ain't mathing. They're like, we're gonna lose the country if they take over. And it's like, yo, dude, like, homie, I have tariffs eating my fucking organs. There's rats with the word tariff tattooed on their body that are eating my innards. Yo, political punk here. I know, it's killing me. Seriously, guys, if you like what we do around here, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, drop a like, and turn those noties on. And I wouldn't be anywhere without the members. So if you want to hit the join button, we really appreciate that too. Thank you so much, guys. It's getting crazy out there, and I'm just really glad to not be going through this alone. All right? All right, keep your chin up. Let's go, boss. All right, fuck you. Bye-bye.
You know, not only is this unacceptable behavior, obviously, but, you know, we need to, uncover who else on Capitol Hill has these NDAs that have, tried to block information about their own sexual assault and sexual harassment settlements being resolved. And, and I've seen that on a bipartisan basis. And, on a day where Congress has been vacationing during some of the most critical times in our history for many, many weeks, they show back up and you have these resignations. So what's the mood like there from both sides?
Some of this is going to elicit cynicism. I mean, there's a pretty unanimous force here that the opinion is both Swalwell and Gonzalez needed to go. They can't serve their constituents and ask for things and negotiate and legislate with all this hanging over their heads. They needed to go. Seems to be pretty much a unanimous opinion. You don't have the same rights you have in court when you're being an elected leader. You have a different threshold where you need to leave. So we're there. That they had to wait to do it as a...
Join the world's #1 RPG game. Download now.
I got the Viro boneless couch because I needed a new couch and I didn't want to pay a few $1,000s, and I was curious to see if it's as good as everyone says. First, it does explode out of the packaging, which was really fun to set up.
Oh my God, dude. What is this? Erica Quirk?
I just want to go home. I've never been a victim of gun violence personally before. I just want to go home. Dude! I've never been a victim of gun violence personally before.
Dude! This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Dude, oh my God, drag queen Erica Quirk dresses up as Charlie Kirk's widow to mock her. Oh my God, dude, she nails it. Let's look at some Erica Kirk, guys, because this shit is wild, dude. Look at this shit, dude. It is Erica Kirk and Scott Bessent. Now, why does this gay guy get a pass? right? She's not telling Scott Bessent he's going to hell, is she? Why do they get a pass? Scott Bessent is really creepy. I'm telling you right now, if 20 years from now we find out that this guy has like 50 kids buried in his basement, I would not be surprised. It feels like a fucking serial killer, doesn't he? Doesn't he feel like a serial killer? All of these guys are absolutely Calvinists, where they think that the wealth is like a sign of being blessed by God. Okay, and this is one of the foundational elements of the Christianity that like colonized America. All right, and it's why they're so distorted. But look at this picture, dude. Dude, what is this photograph, guys? Look at this photo, dude. Like, did they composite him into this photo or what, bro? I mean, seriously. No, it's not AI, guys. This is so alarming. We have to deconstruct this photo, guys. Okay? Look at this shit. Look at these people. Like, what is going on? Dude! Holy sunburn! Dude! Dude, what is up with this woman, dude? Oh my God! Bro, she's tanning at RFK Jr.'s place. Yo, Erica! Oh, it's political punk. Holy sunburn. Yo, what is up with this woman with the burned face in the Besson picture? Like, dude, are you guys like, are you searing your acolytes now or what? What is going on? Dude, did she go hang out at the RFK Jr. nuclear tanning salon? Dude, she fell asleep next to RFK Jr.'s nuts? She woke up, her face was fucking burnt? Dude, yo! What the fuck are you doing? Fuck you! Bye-bye! Look at their faces, though. This girl's like, hi. Dude, and she is fucking, bro. That shit is crazy, dude. Dude, what the hell, dude? Look at... Dude, it is like 20 degrees above fiends. Right? What are we doing, boss? And he's like standing there. Like, what is with the weird posture? Is he getting ready to be like, is he going to be levitated into heaven or something? This shit is bizarre, guys. It is fucking bizarre. All right? And so Scott Bessent was at the TPUSA new hire training. But look at this. Look at what he said. He says, it was great to be at TPUSA in Phoenix, Arizona with Andrew Colvett and Miss Erica Kirk. I had the opportunity to speak with more than 150 student leaders who are working to ensure the next generation of Americans can enjoy the freedoms that make this nation so great. By the way, if you look, they're all fucking white people, dude. Every single one of these people is white, except for like the one white girl with the burnt face. But they are all white. This is 100% white audience. He says, these students understand what's at stake. Congressional Democrats want to reopen the border, which will drive down wages, push housing costs and rent even higher, and return to the reckless spending that fuels inflation. America's future is brighter because of the work being done here. But like, yo, dude, we are literally spending $1 billion a day on a war for Benjamin Netanyahu. $1 billion a day. Reckless spending. Like, are you shitting me? Drive down wages? Yeah. Dude, 1 million jobs got cut last year. Every company is cutting. They're building robot factories, right? Rent? Okay, you closed the border and you fucking deported everybody. But where's our rent decrease? Rent keeps going up, right? The fuck are they talking about? But guys, it was Erica Kirk's response that is mind-blowing and telling. Look at what Erica Kirk said, guys. Look at this. She said, "Thank you, Scott Besson, for joining us at HQ to encourage our 150 plus new hires. What an incredible blessing for them to hear firsthand about the work being done and the courage it takes to win the culture war." Look at that statement, guys. To win the culture war. That is all they are concerned about, is the culture war, right? The work being done and the courage it takes to win the culture war. Okay? Which means what? A gay guy came to tell them how they're going to end gay rights, how they're going to end gay marriage, how they're going to criminalize trans existence, how they're going to demonize and criminalize being brown, how they're going to remove the 19th Amendment so none of the girls here with the crazy Jesus eyes can ever vote again. Right? They're going to take away birth control and shit so all these girls can be knocked up in a grape and end up having to fucking take care of their grapist kids. Oh, yeah, thank you, Scott Besson. Your culture war. But that's all they fucking care about, bro. That is all they care about, is the culture war, guys. The culture war. Erica Quirk.
I just want to go home. I've never been a victim of gun violence personally before. I just want to go home. Dude! I've never been a victim of gun violence personally before.
Dude! This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Dude, oh my God, drag queen Erica Quirk. She nails it. This drag queen nails it. Oh my fucking God. That is like the greatest fucking clip I have ever seen in my life, dude.
Would walk through the door, drop his bags, daddy's home, take his phone, Friday night, Shabbat Shalom, throw it in the junk drawer, and it was just all us. And that,
dude, daddy's home, Shabbat Shalom. Dude, I know for a fact Charlie fucking Kirk never once walked into his house and said Shabbat Shalom. Give me a fucking break, bro. Right? Like, look at her face, dude. And you're wondering why people thought she fucking pulled the trigger, guys? Because this shit, while Netanyahu was saying, "Oh, we did not kill Charlie." What do you mean? We did not kill Charlie. Right?
he would walk through the door, drop his bags, daddy's home, take his phone, Friday night, Shabbat Shalom, throw it in the junk drawer, and it was just all us. And that's what I always wanted to make so special for him, was coming home. I'd always say, baby, I don't care what time you get home. Home is here for you.
As long as we Shabbat Shalom together as soon as you get home.
Your food will never be cold. It might sit out for a little bit, but I'll reheat it. It's fine. And I just want to encourage spouses.
Dude, she keeps looking up. Dude, she is so fake.
Don't get mad. It's so easy.
Dude, what does she keep touching, bro? She's like, Shabbat Shalom. Oh. Dude. She literally filmed herself with his dead body, guys. Like, come on, bro. Right? And you wonder why there's conspiracy theories. Like, come on, man. And now, though, guys, she has Scott Bessent. What an incredible blessing for them to hear firsthand about the work being done and the courage it takes to win the culture war. Okay? All of this shit is fake, guys. All of this shit is like, it's like Sophie Cunningham. Okay? This is a bunch of religious freaks trying to take control of the United States, get rid of birth control, get rid of mifepristone, get rid of abortions, Get rid of trans people. Get rid of gay marriage. Get rid of fucking civil rights protections for all minorities. Get rid of brown and black people from the country. Okay? And Jesus, forced Jesus. You must Jesus or you go to fucking jail. All of this shit. It's a culture war. I know we ain't getting rid of any of this shit, boss. Dude, you know what we're going to get rid of? We're going to get rid of the fucking fascists. That's what we're going to get rid of. We're going to get rid of the people that are trying to tell us to be ashamed of our sexuality. Dude, I don't have to be ashamed of my sexuality, whether I'm gay, straight, horny, or asexual.
Understand basic things before they fail you. Try this addictive engineering game. Because most
know how they got here. So
Donald Trump is getting a rude awakening in Texas as his approval is plummeting, folks. The latest YouGov Economist poll has Donald Trump at net negative 21 in Texas. Let me repeat that. Net negative 21. And Donald Trump's buddy, Mr. Data Center himself, Governor Abbott, his disapprovals are getting higher and higher by the day. And it's a nightmare scenario for Abbott, Trump, and these MAGA sycophants who have caused such grievous harm to Texas, because not only is there a Senate race that people are paying attention to with James Tallarico surging ahead of Ken Paxton, the utterly corrupt buffoon, but also there's a governor's race, folks, and it is neck and neck. Gina Hinojosa, the Democratic candidate, within 1 point of Greg Abbott. And Gina Hinojosa's favorability is through the roof. It's like plus 18. She is beloved in the state. She is traveling around from city to city. She's going into red cities, purple cities, blue cities. And one of the things you're seeing in Texas is a break rank movement of people just saying, Greg Abbott wants data centers in our backyard. He's ripping away our healthcare with Donald Trump. These Trump MAGA sycophants are out to hurt us. They've betrayed us. Take a look at these two polls in the past 2 weeks in Texas in the governor's race. The Texas Pulse Recon poll has the race at a 1 point race, Abbott only up 1. The Fox poll, Regime Media, has Abbott only up 1. And you just take a look at what Abbott and Trump are doing in Texas. Bulldozers have begun tearing up the beloved Big Bend National Park there, just a stone throws from Santa Elena Canyon, as Lincoln Jordal is explaining. So DHS, yeah, Trump's Border Patrol and ICE, Gestapo, DHS, waiving every environmental and cultural resource protection. No surveys have been done. People don't even know what the heck is really going on. But bulldozers and heavy equipment arriving in Big Bend, and it is getting pummeled right now as Trump is doing a border wall there where I think there's only like less than 1% of crossings even taking place there. And they're not even explaining what the heck is going on. Meanwhile, Donald Trump giving an interview on Friday saying he really wants to see Texas having data centers everywhere. And you should know this about Greg Abbott. So Greg Abbott invited all the data center hyperscalers into Texas and said, we won't force you to pay any taxes at all on your energy costs from your data center. If you come into Texas and suck up all of our resources, you don't got to pay taxes on it. So all the data centers, those hyperscalers showed up, putting their data centers in everyone's backyard there. And then Greg Abbott's like, oh, what? People don't want this? People don't want this? But Donald told me to do it. Here's what Donald Trump said on Friday.
Pitbull, what up?
Friday, now that Greg Abbott's pretending, maybe we should do like an audit. What are you going to audit?
Mortz, what up?
Yourself, Abbott, you're the one who invited them and waived their taxes on energy costs, you idiot. Here, play this clip.
I saw Texas the other day sort of is against data centers. I think it's a mistake. And I'm not taking positions, or I just think it's a mistake because there are other communities that want it. when a community wants it, it means a lot of money is going to come into that community.
Unsightly, potentially.
Well, I don't think they're unsightly. I mean, I'm looking at some of these data centers, the most incredible buildings I've ever seen. They go for 2.5, 3 miles.
Now, Congress member Greg Casar, a Texas Congress member, also points out the following too, right? The cost of living right now in the U.S. and Texas, it's impossible. It's a struggle. And Trump said he was going to make everything more affordable on day one, right? No new wars, no more never-ending wars. Everything would be affordable. The Russia's invasion of Ukraine would be over in 24 hours. Electricity prices would be in half. Gas prices would be under $2. Remember all of those promises from the con artist and thief rotting in the Oval Office and trying to rot our country like the rot he has done to the White House? Well, remember Trump's tariffs against the world? Where's your tariff rebate? Well, I'll tell you, big corporations are getting tariff refunds, but not you who had to pay them because this was all passed on to the consumer. It's a tax on consumer, Trump's tariffs. Apple got $2.2 billion. Amazon got $600 million. Go company by company. They got huge refunds. They got huge amounts of money. What about you? Nope. Trump screwed you over. That's for sure. Let's take a look at Gina Hinojosa's travel. She went to Hood County right here, and she talked to people who are part of this break ranks movement, which is big in Texas right now. Former MAGAs, former Trump voters, former Republican voters saying, nah, y'all put data centers in our backyards. Y'all have lied to us and betrayed us. You're a bunch of frauds. You're a bunch of Trumper frauds. We know what you did now in Atlantic City and New York. We know how you bankrupted all of your companies. Take a look at Gina Hinojosa traveling to Hood County and speaking with some of these voters. Let's play this clip.
Did you vote for Abbott? Did y'all vote for Abbott before?
I did. I'm not an ass kisser. You're the first person to verbalize our problem at this level. That's why we're wearing these shirts.
Break shirts. Oh, okay.
You know?
Okay. Tell me, break. What does that mean?
All of the Republicans in the state of Texas that are being hit by data centers and gas power plants and AI, we will break rank. This is not about being red. This is not about being blue. This is not about you being purple with pink polka dots. This is about human rights. When you see somebody like me, I'm like, we'll break rank. I said, everybody in this area is going to break rank.
And my deal is, where the hell have you been the last 3 years?
Yeah.
You won't even come talk to us. Within your sane, sick county, you won't even come listen to the problem.
Right.
You know, so why the hell should I vote for you? I'm so happy that you came. And I will tell you that this morning listening to you won me over.
Or what about over here? This 75-year-old businessman from Texas saying he deeply regrets his decision to vote for Trump after ICE arrested his 45-year-old Venezuelan wife. Here, play this clip.
How do I feel? I feel totally betrayed. I mean, you never think, or I never thought a guy like me.
This is Ridge's newest product, and it's a tech product. This is a 5-in-1 power bank. This is the perfect pair for your iPhone, and it replaces 3 different chargers. So when I travel, I don't pack extra cables.
So this is the latest out of Ohio. Here's the headline from Axios. Reliably red Ohio. Suddenly a red-hot mess for the GOP. And you know, one of the kind of outrageous things that is happening right now are the allegations by Bernie Moreno's daughter that Congressman Max Miller from Ohio, that he domestically battered her, beat her up, and also threatened their child. And the allegations are really bad. Scalding water being thrown, a gun being put to the head of the child, I mean, a broken collarbone. There are some really horrific allegations that are coming out against Congressman Miller. And there are calls by Republicans, including Ohio United States Senator Bernie Moreno, obviously, for Miller to resign. Now, Miller refuses. He is dug in his heels. He says, I will not resign. I will not abandon my race. I will stick this through. In fact, House Ethics has announced that it'll launch an investigation into him. And Miller said, I welcome it. Although we all know that House Ethics investigations, they take like forever to conclude. So really, it's not some huge win, I think, for transparency to have this investigation happen. Putting that aside, the reason why I talk about Bernie Moreno is really about the Max Miller angle, but because Bernie Moreno defeated the great, amazing former United States Senator Sherrod Brown from Ohio. And, but for Trump putting his money, or actually not his money, but for Trump putting his thumb on the scale to help Bernie Moreno, but for big money putting its thumb, big, huge thumb on the scale to help Bernie Moreno, Sherrod Brown would still be serving Americans in Congress. But this is what I love about Sherrod Brown. He is a proven fighter. And he said, I'm coming back. And I had the privilege of being able to sit down and speak with Sherrod about his campaign and to talk about the fact that he has always been there to be an advocate and a fighter for everyday Americans. That's been his trademark style. And he has a proven track record. And that's why it's so important, while we do focus on getting new people to DC, that there are people like Sherrod Brown who have shown time and time again that he cares. He cares about what makes a difference in the lives of everyday Americans, and that is his focus, and it always has been. It hasn't been big money, and it hasn't been corporate interest or special interest. It's always been the interests of everyday Americans. Take a listen. Joining me now, I have the privilege of being able to spend time with the amazing Sherrod Brown, who is going to be the next senator from the great state of Ohio. We were just saying before we hit the record button, it's round on the end and it's high in the middle, and all of the good things are Sherrod Brown. So it's good to see you.
You were saying that. I was not saying that way. You were saying that. But thank you for saying that.
Of course, and I'll own all of that. So let's talk about this race. It has been identified as one of a handful of critical races in order to flip to the majority for the Democrats, the United States Senate. I gotta start with, I want to go back in time just a tiny bit. It feels like it was yesterday, but it was a year ago. And I call it Trump's big bullshit bill. And the reason why I call that is because all it's done has peddled BS and hurt Americans, but it's a bill that your opponent, John Husted, loved it so much, though, that last year, when called on the mat for it in terms of how it's hurting families in Ohio, he took down a video off of his website talking about how much he loved it. But here's the thing, he has to own that, how much he voted for and how much he loved it. Sherrod, talk about how it's hurt, these Trump policies that John Husted loves. Talk about how much hurt people in Ohio.
Well, he was the determining vote in many of these things. He's voted 12 times, 13 times to keep this war going. But more importantly is the bill, earlier the bill you talked about it. It means that 490,000 Ohioans beginning next year will lose their health insurance. It's already begun to put the pressure on rural hospitals to cut back, particularly mental health and OBGYN services. Some of them are already planning to close. It has meant cuts in veterans benefits. I was with an 80-year-old veteran today at the state fair who served for 3 years in Vietnam, has all kinds of Agent Orange problems. He's also a distance runner. He said that's how he's lived so long, but he understands what's happened to the VA. Which it's one thing after another. And people essentially understand that they're working harder than ever before. John Husted said the work ethic is broken, which is about as offensive as anything a politician can say. But that people are working harder than ever before. They see corporate profits up. They see these tax cuts that people like John Husted voted for, and they're seeing nothing for themselves, and they're seeing no effort by John Husted and the federal government to help them with their daily lives in terms of their expenses.
You mentioned a few minutes ago his voting record, John Husted's voting record when it comes to ending this illegal war of choice that Donald Trump has launched against Iran. I like to say that the numbers don't lie, and I want to bring some numbers to the table right now for this conversation.
Congratulations! Special offer. Borrow $1,500 and pay $66 per month.
Can I apply for a loan with poor credit? Actually, yeah, you can. Just apply for a personal loan through this site right here. There's no need.
4 things that are going to jail Trump and his sons and just bring down his family's legacy. Pay attention to each one because he actually is responsible for each one of them. So let's go with the first one. Epstein list. Obviously, this is something that he put out there and tried to hide in 2025, and we caught on to it. And people started building up. And he kept trying to get rid of it, and the more he tried to get rid of it, he couldn't get rid of it. And he tried his best, and he's been trying his best since. He tries LMP, put that in the comments. He puts LMP, lies, tries to manipulate. Oh, look over here, UFC, not Epstein list. Okay? And then he projects authority he doesn't have, just like he tried to do. And we'll talk about that in a minute. The second thing, and this is something that can get him kicked out. This is also something that the states, and I'm the only person online to tell you this, the states can come after his ass over it, like Letitia James, like the AG in New Mexico, which, by the way, is suing the Trump administration. But let's say he's kicked out. They're going to sue Trump. And here's the thing you don't understand, that most people don't grasp onto. President Vance cannot pardon a state convicted person. No president can. So before you start jumping out and saying, well, Darren, he can be pardoned. No, bitch, he can't. Wrong. Okay? Let's keep it going. Thing number two is his corruption. Oh, tens of billions of dollars. Let me tell you. And he's doing it through cash, through wire transfers, through meme coin. And he's moving them through all sorts of ways. Just directly and indirectly. There's shit that he's doing so bad that it's just opening up with all the partnerships. And I'm just talking about his stuff he's been doing the last 20 months. You know, like trading 3,700 times in the first quarter of this year off of his own policies right in front of our face. And I don't know what people are thinking he's going to get away with this. It's not happening. He's getting away for it, not away with it, okay? The other thing is the partnerships, like the time the White House pressured the DOD, Department of Defense, to give a contract to a company, Vulcan company called Vulcan Ventures, which is partnered with Don Trump Jr. And he's been doing these partners with around the world. Not to mention the Trump boy's been traveling all over the country and the Trump family to shop services by the president of the United States. While he's out there meeting the G7, they're trying to get, billions out of partnerships tied into Trump. Thing is, they hiding barely anything. So it's like right in your face, like, fuck it. Yeah, we did it, bitch. And I'm like, whoa. So thing number 3, this is interesting. The banking. You know, this whole thing with Capital One is going to tear him under, no matter how it goes, because Capital One is clapping back, and he's the one that revealed it, just like he revealed the corruption, just like he reveals Epstein, right there in your face. I don't give a fuck, but he's going to do it anyway. And the sad part about this is that he's his own worst enemy. He creates his own foolishness. That's why I don't want him to die. Because the more he's around, he pulls himself, the administration, and the GOP down. Period. Now, what I'm saying to you is that what he's doing with these banks is highlighting something publicly that he shouldn't want to highlight. And that is his money laundering. His money laundering is going to get him in trouble. And the reason I know he's going to get in trouble is because the more attention comes to something, the worse it gets. How do we know? Epstein. That's how he got fucked up on Epstein. And you know, the Epstein Society is like this. This is the Epstein Society. The whole video is money laundering. And the whole city that I'm in, Chicago, okay, the whole city of Chicago is money laundering, okay? I want you to understand that. I said that the wrong way. This is Epstein. The whole video is sex trafficking, and the whole city of Chicago is money laundering. That's what I meant to say. Forgive me. No confusion meant. Here's the thing. I want you to understand very clearly, because I put it out there, make it very clear. The biggest thing you got to realize that we're dealing with right now is a crazy scenario where these 3 alone are enough to take him out of presidency and have the states go after him afterwards. Letitia James and the New Mexico AG could lead the charge on Epstein, and damn near every state in the union, especially the ones that's been suing, which of course is the blue ones, could be leading that charge as well on the corruption. And as far as the banking laundering, I'm not saying that the states could go after them, but if it is in the state of New York, where he has his felony, they can still go after him. Select states where he banks can go after him. And then let's go into the fourth part of that. The fourth part of that comes down to him, and this is a killer one. This is the one that I was amazed that he would even touch. Michael Popak on Legal AF talks about this a lot. And there's other people, Glenn Kushner, Lisa Remillard, I'm sure JJ Legal has brought it up. All the lawyers have said, listen, this right here it could be the certified death sentence out of all the four. It's gonna help just fuel the fire. And what that fourth one is him challenging the Supreme Court ruling on Federal Reserve, Lisa Cook, and on birthright citizenship. He is literally breaking the law constitutionally right after it has been ruled on by the Supreme Court. There ain't no court needed to argue this. This is our decision. This is what we said. And Trump said, well, anyway, I'm going to do what I'm going to do.
This is Matching Story. So you can see in the beginning, they needed help. Oh, it seems the guy is going to be crushed into a sandwich. We need to rescue her quickly.
This game is like this. You need to eliminate obstacles to rescue them.
In order to save them, you need to keep matching blocks and clear the ball pit. This game is completely free. There's over 10,000 different levels. The graphics and animations are so smooth. The best part is there are no ads in this game. Yes, not a single one. So if you want to experience more levels like this, download today.
Matching Story. Play now.
And Blanche getting in and getting confirmed makes it even worse for him because he's going to do whatever Master says, suck him off, whatever. And I'm trying to tell you that these four things are the things leading. Now, I know the number one question that comes in. Damn, when is it going to happen? Can't be soon enough. No, we don't want it soon. You don't understand our legal system. You don't understand the legal process. You don't want it soon. You want to slow simmer and boil that motherfucker like that whole story about the boiling frogs. You put them in hot water, they try to hop out. But if you put them in cold water and slowly heat it up, by the time they try to hop out, it's too late. They're boiled. They're done. The idea is we want this motherfucker at a slow simmer as we put this son of a bitch into the heat. And they've been doing that. When I say they, I mean at several groups. I talk about 10 groups. One of the main ones are the Independent Congress. Why do I call them independent? Because we don't have leadership through Schumer and Jeffries. Not strong leadership. So Independent Congress means this. That means Raskin. That means Warren. That means Summer Lee. That means Garcia from the Oversight Committee. That means Ayanna Pressley. That means people who Roe, that means people who are asking key questions that set precedent to come after him later. That's what I'm saying, Independent Congress. People are doing that because we show up to November 3rd in droves and get everybody we know to go. It's going to be a different game. It's going to change because what we have to do is get into this battle, man. We can't let this go. We can't let them come in. We can't let them fight and just tear our whole country apart. And there are people who are fighting. There are people who are in this battle, and they're with us, and understand that we are in this battle together, and you're not alone. You are not alone. Remember that. You are not alone. And also, okay, so here's the short version. It'll only be 8 minutes long. Trump bad. You do wrong. You go jail. Boom, boom, boom. I'm done. No, I'm kidding. Here's the deal. Basically, Trump's in trouble with the Dems, and I gave a 30-minute long breakdown. Look at the previous video so you can see the one right behind this one. But if you hear the details, but this one's going to be short. Let me break it down to you like this. Here's how the Dems are going to get it. I'm going to get right into the point on this, and I wanted to give you the background in the other video, but here's the real main point to understand. The Dems have figured out that since they impeached Trump in the first term twice and they still weren't able to get him out, there were some things missing. They're going to have a different approach this time as long as we show up in the polls. If we show up in the polls, as we should, in November, we'll have a Democratic majority, even one chamber of the House. The House of Representatives could be a big blow to Trump. But we get both chambers, it's going to be on and popping. We need to get there. Here's what they're going to do. They're going to go after his businesses, his accountants, his associates, his family businesses, any businesses associated with the Trump administration, anything. They are picking apart the money. It's an old Sun Tzu saying. It's like if you attack, you shouldn't attack an enemy, you attack an enemy's plans. And what they're doing is they're attacking the people who are association in every kind of partnership, every kind of accounting, and every kind of corruption. There's 4 types of corruptions that are happening. There's the Epstein, there's the corruption of all these partnerships and deals that are going on with his sons who are going to go to jail. And then there are these corruption things going on with the bank and the laundry with Capital One. Who's in your wallet? Ha ha. Then there's number 5, which is, of course, him going up against the Supreme Court, which is totally stupid.
A full cart that's lighter on your wallet. That's a breath of fresh air. Download the Upside app and get a $15 bonus on your first purchase.
If you're a Christian with $50,000 or more in credit card or personal loan debt, you're faithfully making the payments, trust me, what I'm about to share is going to make your creditors really, really angry, and probably you too, but for good reason. At a 24% interest rate, $50,000 racks up $1,000 in interest alone every single month. And if your payment only covers that interest, guess when you'll actually be debt-free according to a repayment calculator? Never. Not a long time, not eventually, never. Why? That's because the balance doesn't go down. There is literally no payoff date. Look, it says you cannot pay off the debt. And the total interest paid over time is mathematically infinite. We're talking hundreds of thousands totally wasted, never to be seen again. And that is not an accident. It's like being in quicksand. You climb an inch, you sink an inch. Are you getting out? No. Here's the part that most Christians never really think about. This is modern day usury. In scripture, crushing interest to fellow Jews is forbidden. God hated it. And that's because every $1,000 that you send to interest, it's not just money lost. It's time, it's peace, it's generosity, and it's a calling that you can never fully live. If you want a strategy to eliminate your debts without balance transfers, consolidation loans, HELOCs, refinancing, or bankruptcy, just check out our short video below, and we're excited to serve you.
Absolutely crazy. If you do that, it's going to turn out to be very bad. Not to mention the BBC situation with the irrevocable trust. See, even though he lowered the court, lowered the cost and all of that, lowered the the lawsuit so you can get out, you can't get in the irrevocable trust. It's got a lot of light on it now. It's got a lot of light on the money laundering with Capital One. There's a lot of light on him trying to challenge the Supreme Court and the Constitution. And you say, well, he's done that before. No, not like this. See, the Supreme Court ruled on don't you touch Lisa Cook and the Federal Reserve. Don't you touch birthright citizenship. They just ruled on that against him. And he's saying, fuck the law, Fuck the ruling. I'm going to do it anyway. We're going to see how this plays out. Can he punk the Supreme Court or will it come back for him? And this is how that all lines into one thing. Because if you can get him where he's breaking constitutional law in the face of the very branch you're not supposed to break the law in front of, then it's going to catch him up. It's going to get him in trouble. It's going to tear him down. It's going to put him outside of presidency. And when he's outside of presidency, what doesn't he have? Immunity. No immunity, then you're going to have impunity, because the impunity of the court's coming for your ass, tearing you apart. Oh, by the way, I know those of you who like to say, well, Vance is going to pardon him. No, little bitch, I'm telling you, it's not going to happen. Here's what happens. They're going to pardon. Yeah, he'll pardon. But understand, it's not going to happen where he gets away, because the courts specifically in the states rights, bitch, states' rights. See, the states' rights are going to come in with his ass and start taking him on. How? Epstein, Letitia James, was in New York, and the New Mexico Attorney General, where he's been doing wrong. Corruption, you can get all 24 of the states, including Virgin Islands, that can come after him for the corruption, because it's affected literally every state in the union. And then we're going to talk about the banking and the laundering. Well, where is that coming from? That's going to be New York too. That's why he's a felon. Remember, he was sitting there lying to banks, trying to pump up his assets. That's why he's considered a felon. Hey, they're going to come at him again. Letitia James, New York. And then we have the other thing, which is him challenging the Constitution. Yes, there's new laws coming in. By the way, not to mention Epstein Transparency Act that's going to come in. The Epstein Transparency Act 2.0 is designed to help the state AGs, the ones that have been whipping his ass by 80% in the last 20 months, to fight and hold the DOJ accountable. Blanche is going down too. Blanche, like Bondi, is going to jail. Blanche and Bondi gonna need bail, because Blanche and Bondi are going to jail. And Trump is going with them, and they're going to hell. So the whole idea, well, is that this is not going to turn out well. I don't know. You get the idea. The point I want you to grasp onto out of all of this in this short, direct version of the video is that the Dems are going after the money. And when you go after the money, several things happen. You remember when I said 70% of the cabinet's going to jail? Only 70%, because 30% is going to be snitching on them, like Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff, and some other people going to be snitch, right? I told you that. That's going to happen. Well, guess what? Remember when I told you that Elon's going down because Doge is going to snitch on both that and the election? They're going to talk about they're going into 30-plus departments and Elizabeth Warren waiting for them. And then you got this coming. I want you to understand the connection that's happening here, because this is important to know. What the connection is, what the breakdown is that what we're watching right now is the deconstruction of Trump through the people who partner with them, through the government contracts, like that $650 million contract the White House went to the DOD to give a deal for, because they tied into Don Trump Jr. Ooh. And then you have the other stuff that he's getting deconstructed under, like the accountants and the money men. They're not gonna roll over for the sake of Trump.
Whiteout Survival. Play free now.
You know, it's not like it's the mob will kill your family. No, maybe they'll threaten that, but I mean, still, they'll turn state's evidence. I know the money people are already giving information out. I know they got to be giving information out, seeding it out to keep them, get a better deal, get out of this shit, and do what Trump says. But what does that mean? That means Trump. That means Eric Trump, who runs the Troy Pro organization, jail time. They're in trouble. That also means that there's some other elements that are coming on that a lot of people aren't talking about. Don Trump Jr. did all the dealing, wheeling and dealing. So did Jared. So did Tiffany. His daughter's son-in-law did as well. Barron's tied into all this crypto thing. Young man thinks he's untouchable because he's got these $250 million. He's part of a $1 billion family and the president of the United States, and he's protected. He is not. He is not. That little boy's going to jail. Little boy Tall is going to jail, jail. Now, the way the Dems are going to do is they're going to see who's snitching, because they're going to put the pressure on, and the pressure, they're going to be like, okay, so you did this accounting for Trump. Oh, so you did this for Trump. Oh, so you did that for Trump. So their people are going to jail. But the question...
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in New York. As voters head to the polls in Michigan today, Donald Trump appears to be treating today's primary elections as a dress rehearsal for his efforts to take control of our elections in November. Earlier today, the Trump Justice Department announced that the department was monitoring poll sites in Detroit, Hamtramck, Lansing, and East Lansing, all Democratic strongholds. As the voting rights website Democracy Docket puts it, quote, "It is not unusual for the U.S. Department of Justice to send election monitors to observe voting in federal elections, but targeting Democratic cities in a key battleground state raises serious concerns that Donald Trump will directly interfere in this fall's midterms." And local election chiefs say the Trump administration is already trying to undermine trust in the election by targeting the Great Lakes state with debunked claims of voter fraud. Quote, "While historically election monitors have been an important part of protecting voters and ensuring the freedom to vote for communities whose access to the ballot box has been limited, the broader context of the Trump administration's political agenda of election denial cannot be ignored." That's according to one voting rights advocate. They add this, quote, "This latest threat of sending election monitors to 3 cities with large populations of black voters and other communities of color is just the latest attempt in a long line of desperate actions to interfere in Michigan's elections." Michigan in particular has been a frequent target for Trump's bizarre and completely false election fraud claims, which seem to amount to there was fraud when I was president in 2020, but not when Barack Obama or Joe Biden were president in 2016 or 2024. But while Michigan is one of Trump's first targets, it's becoming abundantly clear that he doesn't plan to stop there as he continues his push to federalize our elections. Just last week, Trump once again attempted to pressure Senate Republicans into pushing through the SAVE Act. He's appealed to the Supreme Court to limit mail-in voting. Voters going to the polls in Michigan today under the shadow of Donald Trump's growing attempts to undermine our free and fair elections is where we start today with some of our favorite experts and friends. Voting rights attorney and Democracy Docket founder Mark Elias is here. Also joining us, Democratic pollster and political analyst Cornell Belcher is here. And with me for the hour, former assistant special agent in charge at the FBI, national security and intelligence analyst Michael Feinberg is here. Mark Elias, I start with you. Just frame this up today, not in terms of the polls or the candidates, but threats to our elections.
Yeah, so it's a good news, bad news story. Let me start with the good news, which is sort of flying a little under the radar screen. It is not just that the Department of Justice is now 0 for 20 in lawsuits trying to get access to sensitive voter data from states. They have sued 20 states. Actually, they sued 30 states. 20 courts have decided those cases.
MAGA drunk. MAGA drunk off that box of wine. Cheap shit.
And the Department of Justice has not won a single case. My law firm, we are undefeated in those efforts. That includes, by the way, 12 losses before federal judges appointed by Republicans, 8 appointed by Donald Trump. So that's one of the pieces of good news. The other piece of good news is that tomorrow will be the 90th day before the election, which is the beginning of the quiet day, the quiet period, which means that after that, states cannot do systematic removal of voters. And so the Trump administration is going to be in a really hard spot to try to get states to remove people. So that's the good news. The bad news is that the Department of Justice is ever searching for new ways to undermine free and fair elections on behalf of Donald Trump. We see the deployment of these folks in Michigan. They are trying to desensitize us to this. You know, we've now had a series of primary elections where they've sent people, and they are trying to get us used to the idea that they will send people into predominantly blue cities in both blue states and red states, so that when they do that in the general election, they're able to say, look, this happened in the primary, no big deal. So that is something that is a bit of a warning sign. It's something I think we need to be spending time on. I'm glad you raised it, because come November, we know that Donald Trump is not going to try to win the election on the merits. He's not going to try to win the election on inflation or on jobs or on the economy. He's going to try to win it by subverting the will of the electorate, trying to suppress the vote.
Mark Elias, just take me inside what level of cooperation he may find. In the years since 2020, a lot of election deniers have made their way through state government and local government. Tell me what he has on the ground in terms of election denying allies.
Yeah, I'm so glad you raised this, because there's probably nothing that I stand outside of the consensus on more than this issue, which is that there has been this narrative that was largely built on 2020, and deservedly so in 2020, that the election officials stand as a bulwark against Donald Trump. And while that is true in some places, it is unfortunately not true in every place. The fact is, Tina Peters was a local election official. The fact is that the Republican election officials in states like Florida and in Texas and in North Carolina, like they are cooperating with Donald Trump and giving him big wins in what he wants. And that's not to say that they have yet taken steps to subvert the outcome of the 2026 election. Obviously, we're not there. But we do have to worry that the robust network of local and state election officials, whether they were people like, Shea Moss at the very local level, or frankly, Republican secretaries of state, and governors that stood tall, those have largely been replaced by MAGA loyalists and by people who will do Donald Trump's bidding. So I'm very worried about this in the run-up to 2026.
Let me show all of you what Jack Smith said, just in terms of what we can expect from Trump. These are crimes that he was charged with committing. The actual crimes, I think, were obstructing people's right to vote. Here's what he said about his worries for the midterms and the next presidential.
I'm very concerned of what's going to happen in the next election, absolutely.
Do you see, again, in things that are covered and things that are public-facing, conduct ahead of the midterms that you investigated on in the January 6th case?
Well, I've been thinking about it more in terms of what needs to be done based on what we saw happen last time. I think a thing that all of us can do is support election workers and election officials. The last time around, we saw that those people stood firm, and they were, in many cases, the difference. It's clear to me, anyways, that where I've seen publicly that those people are going to be put under great pressure.
So, Michael Feinberg, I'm lifting this up, and I've had Mark Elias set this up because where Brad Raffensperger became famous, I guess, in half of the country, infamous in the other half, for refusing to see to it to find Donald Trump 11,780 votes. To Mark Elias's point, there are fewer Brad Raffenspergers. There are fewer of these people that Jack Smith is holding up in the crimes he investigated that took place in 2020. And so I wonder if you can just speak to what it means to have DOJ under someone like Todd Blanche putting their finger on the scales of our elections.
I'm quite concerned because I want to sort of echo Mark's point, but add a little bit more alarm to it, in that since 2020, the Republican Party, particularly those most allied with Trump in potential swing states, has put a lot of resources and effort and been largely successful in running new candidates for election official positions. So we are not looking at the same apolitical, non-ideological ranks that did serve as that dam during the 2020 era. We're dealing with a dam that has been under substantial pressure since then. And, you know, there are two salient facts that we cannot forget in all of this. First of all, Trump tried to do this before. There was the violence on January 6th, but there was also a long-running conspiracy to try and stop the House and Senate from certifying the results of the election. This is not just a hypothetical, or even if it is a hypothetical, it's a hypothetical with very high probability based on past history. The second thing we need to be aware of is Trump doesn't need to steal the election, whatever that means, in some sort of caper involving Ocean's 11-like escapades. He just needs to cast it in doubt. He just needs to make it seem as though one or two swing states with metropolitan blue strongholds did something untoward. He needs an excuse to call out law enforcement or the military or reject election certificates and just seize on that kernel of doubt that his diehard followers have in order to unlaunch chaos on the country. And that, I think, is a very real probability.
Cornell, I share all of these fears. I especially believe that we're in such a mature phase of his election denialism and rigging of the midterms that people have become desensitized to it. It's election day. I don't know how many newscasts started with Trump's plan to steal them. But to me, it feels like the flashing red. The one mitigating factor to me is that he's at 32 to 34% in the polls and plunging. And I wonder where you see the degree of enthusiasm for doing something that could be criminal.
Yeah, well, let's get into some of the data, and I think sort of the predicate for it. And so I know you have me on for the data because data is fun and pollsters are sexy. So the data piece of this is sort of the predicate of why this is happening. To your point, in poll after poll, and Nicole, I'm seeing enthusiasm gaps in our polling, and I know others are as large as I've seen in a long time, where Democrats are by double digits. However you measure it, either enthusiasm or certainty to vote or motivated to vote, Democrats are running way ahead in all those segments. And not only see it in the polls, but you see it in the real world. If you look at the primaries that have been happening in the country right now, Democrat primaries, you've certainly had a boost of Democrats participating in those primaries. And in the off-year elections, you see more sporadic Democrats voting. So the enthusiasm is there, and then they don't have the issue. And issue after issue was breaking against Donald Trump. And in a recent poll that I saw, I think it was a Quinnipiac poll out a couple of days ago, where Democrats even shockingly have an advantage on dealing with the economy, which you and I have talked about for years, has always been a stronghold of Republicans, regardless of the actual economic facts. Americans have always trusted Republicans more with the economy. They do not now. So I don't think it's only probable that he's going to try to interfere in the election, and somehow I think it's certain. I think there's a certainty to it because he has no other choice, because he's going to be held accountable. Now, for me, this is an interesting piece for me. So we also see in the data the idea of democracy being under threat, and the need to protect democracy is also not a middle of the tier voting issue concern for voters anymore. I'm seeing it in sometimes fourth or third, even second place behind the economy. So I think there is a sense among Americans that something is happening or something might happen, and we should in fact be paying more attention to it. And I would like to see more of all of us messaging in this space to middle America and say to them, listen, if he interferes with this election, what he's saying is with his high gas prices and these high healthcare prices, he can't be held accountable. So you have skin in the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Elias, how much of the sort of loss of Trump's narrative dominance, this is a term I learned from Angelo Carasone, and I love it. I'm going to borrow it for the purposes of this conversation. How much of that impedes their ability to do damage, and how much hypercharges it? Like, how much do they reach for these levers because they're not winning among the American people, or is it an inverse relationship?
Yeah, so look, this is how I think about it. Donald Trump prefers to deal with most problems just by lying, right? So, like, he starts everything with a lie and then escalates those lies. When those fail to do the damage that he wants to do, when that fails to accomplish what he wants, then he usually finds a way to provoke a legal fight. You know, this is a guy very comfortable with the courts in a way that I think people don't appreciate. You know, most politicians, if I go to them and I'm like, we could try to solve this voting thing in court, they're like, well, we should message, we should, you know, organize, we should turn out, whatever. And those are all legitimate reactions, by the way. But Donald Trump's very comfortable with the courts. Like, he saw the courts as a battlefield when he was a businessman. He's used them to try to intimidate his political opponents. Very comfortable in the courts. So he escalates the courts. When that fails, though, what he does is he then tries to escalate his supporters, whether it's January 6th with violence in the nation's capital, whether it is what he did with ICE officials shooting people in the streets in Minneapolis, right? Like, it usually escalates to something that is pretty ugly and violent. And so what I'm worried about is right now we're in that phase of we're in courts, we're fighting, and yeah, I am proud of the work we're doing. We're defeating them in these 20 cases. We had a big win about voter registration at national naturalization ceremonies. But Donald Trump doesn't end there, right? He's going to take this to the next level. And it's all of our responsibility to pay attention to what that likely will be, to call it out, to litigate over it, to challenge it, to organize, to mobilize. But I don't think we're at the end of it. And this is what happens when he does lose the messaging piece of it.
You know, you listened to Michael Feinberg talking about his commitment to the $1.8 billion slush fund, where monies could go to insurrectionists who violently beat cops to within inches of consciousness and in a couple instances of their lives. When you hear him talking about financial awards for his supporters who were investigated and held accountable, and you lay that over all of the action to sow distrust in our elections, what do you think extremists are hearing from him?
That they could get paid for violence. I'm not mincing words here, because I don't think people realize what that slush fund, which, despite Todd Blanche's statement to committee today, is still something that can very much be used in some circumstances. That's fundamentally incentivizing political violence. He wants to give cash rewards to people who attacked law enforcement officers and tried to stop the peaceful transition of power. This is a signal to them that there will not be consequences to their actions if they act violently again in the future. I honestly don't understand how it could be interpreted any other way. And as of this afternoon, and I know we'll get into this later in the hour, at his back, he has what is now the nation's largest and most powerful personal law firm, the Department of Justice, and its largest firm of private investigators and fixers, the FBI, under the control of his personal criminal attorney, who has been willing to violate policy and cross red lines to help Donald Trump since day one.
And nearly at the cost of his own dream job, being confirmed as Attorney General. Cornel, I want to bring you into how Democrats respond to all of this. I have to sneak in a break before we do that. Also ahead in today's show, more on today's primary contest and the shift away from Donald Trump from many of the voters who put him back in office just 16 months ago. We'll look at his plunging popularity on this last big day of primary contests ahead of the midterms. Plus, the Senate Republicans who voted to advance Todd Blanche's nomination for AG will now have to own everything Todd Blanche does while serving as head of the Department of Justice, from unlawful indictments and political prosecutions to illegal kidnappings by ICE to the all-out incompetence and cover-up related to the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. We'll get reaction. Also later in the show, disgraced Republican Congressman Max Miller is facing more and growing calls to resign as the allegations against him are making it harder and harder for his party to look away. All those stories and much more when Deadline White House continues after a quick break. Don't go. We're back with Mark Cornell and Michael Feinberg. Cornell, to Mark's point about how Trump is never done trying to break things, in this case, our elections. Part of me wonders what would happen if he applied this to do good, right? To grow the economy or to eradicate measles, which was eradicated. But I digress. If he's not installing election deniers at local and statewide offices or trying to use his Justice Department to obtain voter data, he is perverting the United States Postal Service. And let me read you how some blue states are responding. California and other blue states warn of extreme risk in backing Trump election order. Quote, California and other Democratic-led states told the Supreme Court that granting the federal government's pending request for emergency relief on President Donald Trump's mail-in ballot EO would have extreme consequences ahead of the fall's midterms. They said that backing the administration would let the government rush out an unprecedented, legally indefensible voter verification and ballot interception program that would, among other things, give the U.S. Postal Service far-reaching new powers and responsibilities. Because of the high risk of errors and the limited window for correcting mistakes, many of the millions of voters who rely on mail voting would likely be denied mail ballots and as a result would be disenfranchised. It is amazing, the whole of government approach to disenfranchising voters and suppressing voters that they think won't vote for them. But I wonder if you can just speak to what you understand to be the sort of whole of government response from Democrats.
You know, I wish it weren't just from Democrats. The truth of the matter is we've got to have more Americans who want democracy. And look, that the post office could be determining elections is just insane. And and Mark knows this better than most. Like so many states, their primary way of voting is mail. I mean, go to Oregon and places out west where mail-in ballots is basically how they hold their elections. And you got to think at some point, and Nicole, we've talked about this before, but it's tough to do it on campaigns, right? Because so much of the message is pollsters say, here's the top two messages, just talk about these two messages, and the message is always the economy. So we don't have these conversations more broadly from a campaign standpoint. But I at some point think Americans aren't as dumb as we think they are. I think Americans can hold multiple ideas in their heads, and we don't simply just have to talk to them 100% all the time about their pocketbook issues. I think they're smart enough to understand, okay, I have pocketbook concerns, but I also have concerns about holding my electeds and my government accountable. And if I lose that, if I lose the ability to hold our government and our elected officials accountable, the price I pay is far more higher than sort of the pocketbook prices that I'm paying and the next generation is paying. And I think that's a conversation that, yes, I want Democrats to have, but my God, Nicole, I want more Americans in the middle and on the left and the right to also want democracy.
Yeah, I mean, I see John Ossoff trying to make it a bigger conversation than a battle of two parties' policies coming to a head, placing this election in a broader frame. I think about—
and look how well he's doing, by the way. That
should be exactly
positive to others that you can actually have this conversation and not lose.
Right. Well, I think about the Republicans who tried to stand up for democracy and they all lost their jobs. People like Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. And I watch Cornyn with a feeble attempt to stand up to someone who is carrying out in public the most brazen perversion of the rule of law. And I think Cornyn was an attorney general or a prosecutor. I mean, what do you make of voters' growing fatigue, Cornell, with the fecklessness of Republicans who won't stand up to Trump on anything?
I think what I make of it is and I think it was in the Fox poll a couple weeks ago, is that Democrats now have the largest generic ballot advantage in their polling as they've ever seen. And I know we've had a lot of gerrymandering conversations, but we don't know how exactly the rigging of we're going to work out. But we need a broader mobilization, not of the left, but also in the middle among individual voters. And I think a lot of data points to that right now.
Mark, just give me your viewer's guide to what you're watching from a protecting democracy standpoint tonight.
So look, I think the most important thing that we have not talked about that I think goes to the protection of democracy tonight and in the future. And we've talked here about the failings of the Republican Party. We've talked about how Democrats could talk about this more. But I want to pick up on something Michael said about the largest law firm being the Department of Justice. You know, I'm right now out there with my law firm. We're litigating 87 cases in 43 states. We are 60 lawyers. There was an article this weekend in the New York Times by Michael Schmidt about one big law firm, Paul Weiss, a law firm that, you know, if we were talking 4 years ago, we would be talking about the role of big law firms in standing up for democracy, not just in the big cases, but in a whole lot of little cases. And what this report showed is that this was a systematic decision by the leadership of Paul Weiss to turn away from its long history of doing work for democracy, of standing up against Donald Trump and his efforts to subvert it, and instead to put money and greed and profit above all of it. And this wasn't accidental, and it wasn't in one day, and it wasn't one person. It was just an institutional decision by this law firm to do this. And I think everyone in the legal industry needs to read that article. I think everyone in law school needs to read that article. But honestly, I think everyone at every large institution needs to ask whether they are, you know, fighting the fight, or whether they are a large institution maximizing profits. And because, you know, when I think about what voters will face today, it's a microcosm of what they're going to face in the fall. And if the large institutions of our government, the large corporations, the large media outlets, the large law firms, if they're not doing their part, like, yeah, the voters can hold these ideas, and we will do everything we can. But it will be with a lot fewer resources fighting those election deniers than we used to have.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that reporter and that story. And to me, the theme of that story is the theme of the collapse of the political party I was once a part of, and now will never support again because of its role in enabling authoritarianism in the United States of America. And I guess my thought in reading that piece is for all of the people who make all those lawyers at that firm millionaires multiple times over and over and over and over again, I would ask all their corporate clients how many times in the history of the human race has appeasement worked out for the appeaser. Like, I'm just not sure it's a great bet for all their millions and billions of deals to bet on the appeasers, because the history of the human story suggests that the appeasers usually do not prevail in the end. Mark Elias, Cornell Belcher, thank you for starting us off on this election day. Michael Feinberg sticks around. When we come back, Donald Trump and his one-time personal attorney getting what they want at the Department of Justice. Democrats still sounding the alarm, though, about the danger Todd Blanche poses to the rule of law in our country. That warning on the future of the DOJ is next. Today, Todd Blanche, the person who has bent the Department of Justice toward Donald Trump and his personal interests more than anyone who has ever worked at the department before, is one step closer to being confirmed as AG and finally getting his coveted job promotion after two GOP holdouts, Senators Tom Tillis and John Cornyn, caved to Blanche's hollow written commitments to them about Donald Trump's slush fund and sweeping tax immunity. The Senate Judiciary Committee advanced Blanche's nomination to be the next Attorney General of the United States to the full Senate. The vote to advance Blanche did not come before these damning indictments from Democrats of Blanche's leadership and Republicans on the committee folding.
Today, I think, is a sad and embarrassing day for this committee. As it looks like on a party line vote, we are going to advance out of this committee probably the most discreditable person ever to seek the office of Attorney General of the United States. The reasons to vote against him number in the hundreds. I don't know where this committee goes after it stops being taken seriously.
The president reiterated just the other night that he hates me, which I could tell you wounds me deeply. He's entitled to his own views about me or anybody else. He is not entitled, however, to use the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. And the day we say that's okay, and the day we confirm an attorney general who says that's okay, is the day that the rule of law becomes merely an unenforceable idea.
We are in dangerous waters. We are turning the ideals of justice and this committee into a mockery by letting the least qualified person, a person proven to do Donald Trump's will, over the law. He is about Trump and not truth. He is about corruption and not the Constitution. He is about being Donald Trump's lawyer and not the people's lawyer. This is so deeply wrong. We will rue the day that we let this man have this much power under such a corrupt president.
When pressed after the vote on his capitulation to Todd Blanche and Donald Trump, here's what Senator Cornyn had to say for himself.
The president was saying as recently as yesterday that he likes the idea of this fund, that he wants to find some way to pay these people. Does that concern you as someone who's tried to fight against getting this anti-weaponization fund in place?
Well, there's nothing we could do to rein in the president when he said he likes the fund and he wishes it still exists, but the fact of the matter, it's dead. And that's all we could do under these circumstances.
Quote, there's nothing we can do, except for the little complicating fact that you are a co-equal branch of government. But that's a real important window into how they see themselves. Quote, nothing we can do to rein in the president. I want to bring in senior investigative reporter Carol Lennick. Michael Feinberg is with us as well. Carol, your thoughts?
It is sort of striking to see Senator Cornyn and Senator Tillis, who both basically had President Trump up against a corner for a short period of time, say that there's nothing they could do under these circumstances. I mean, nothing they could do would be to not vote the nominee out of committee. That's one thing they could have done. Perhaps they believe that Donald Trump's threat to basically install Blanche as an acting attorney general and revive the fund, separate and apart from Tillis and Cornyn's pressure, was essentially a big loser for them, that they were going to have some sort of pie or embarrassment in their faces because the president would get exactly what he wanted no matter what kind of pressure they applied. But they could have stopped this vote, and that isn't really up for debate. I've heard many people, Nicole, say, including on your program, that the senators believe that Blanche is the best they could get under this president. But the best they could get is an attorney general who has made clear since the moment he was put in the acting role that he'll do whatever Donald Trump asks him to do, including fast tracking a case he knew was a loser and the previous attorney general thought was a loser, the Seychelles case, the minute he had the chance to begin auditioning for this job.
I wonder, too, where they think their legacies go when he's someone who's participated in threats against judges, something you and I have talked about over the last week. These are people who've couched or excused or created a permission structure for themselves at different points in the Trump story by saying they cared about the people that he was appointing to the judiciary. Todd Blanche endangers the safety of judges, so say the judges.
So say the judges, and it's real. It's really palpable, Nicole. On the federal bench, regardless of which president appointed you from which party, judges are quite frightened, and rightfully so, for themselves and for their family members. Again, I think you and I have talked about this. It's a tender topic. The more details you get into to explain this to the public, how serious this is, the more you offer clues and maybe even more inspiration to people who want to threaten those judges. But I think the bigger picture here is that Donald Trump has been the beneficiary of that kind of threat, that rhetoric that he pushes so hard, that encourages some loose cannons, some incredibly unstable people, some hugely ardent followers to threaten these pillars of our rule of law. That kind of threat has been a huge political benefit for him. I mean, please see the picture of January 6th. His December 19, 2020 tweet, come to Washington and it'll be wild. And then sending people who were his supporters to the Capitol to fight like hell for their country, including to threaten that they would, gather up the vice president by the neck and hang him, hang Mike Pence. This was the chant that the Secret Service agents of Mike Pence heard outside his office window at the Capitol when they decided we have got to get the hell out of here. So threats have always worked for Donald Trump. I am remembering, and I'm sorry to go on a little bit, but I am remembering the first time this put a chill in my spine. And it was watching a rally in 2016, if I'm remembering right, in Louisville, Kentucky, where a black female student who was exercising her First Amendment rights to protest Donald Trump's presidency was pushed around like a piñata by older white male veterans that Donald Trump had whipped into a frenzy with the promise that he would pay their legal bills if they got in trouble for smacking somebody around.
I remember the same summer of 16 in Chicago when he made comments about how he liked it when cops roughed people up. He said, don't be afraid of roughing them up, people that were taken out of his rallies. I want to press both of you more on what, following up on what Senator Cory Booker says about ruining the day that any of these senators voted to confirm Todd Blanche. I have to sneak in a quick break first. We'll all be back on the other side.
This is ridiculous. We got nothing, no guarantees whatsoever that this slush fund still can't go forward. We got nothing that the President of the United States can't cheat on his taxes and have no accountability. The President is a tax cheat. We have a known arsonist, and we have just in this committee given him a whole barrel full of gasoline to light on fire our tax laws and have no accountability for the conflagration.
Michael Feinberg, I listened to that and I thought behind voting in the person who did the deal that allows Trump to cheat on his taxes, both in the past and in the present and in the future, which is what that settlement does in terms of how I understand it as a non-lawyer. The department has basically operationalized looking the other way for political corruption. And I don't know if people think that Donald Trump just became the most successful business person of his life, and that's why he made $2.3 billion last year for the first time ever, more than when he was working full time. He's presidenting at least some of the time. I guess that's what we call it. But what do you make of what's behind the architect of the tax cheat deal, also turning the Department of Justice into an institution that no longer upholds the rule of law when it comes to flagrant corruption?
Bullies and thugs attract bullies and thugs. Whether it is somebody who filled out a real-time application to become the Attorney General of the United States, or
want to get this damage machine for free? Use the code Nemesis to claim the epic Akemtum.
Hey, I'm Daniel, founder of Ridge. And every year we do something kind of crazy. This year, we're giving away a Lamborghini Storado, a Hennessy Velociraptor, a Ford Bronco, or $100,000 cash. And all you gotta do to win is go from this to this. Here's how it works. You can enter for free at ridge.com, or if you buy anything on the site, you get bonus entries for every dollar spent. Power banks have had the same problem for years. You buy the battery, but then you still need the cable and the adapter. And then somehow your watch is also dead. So we built this, the Ridge Magnetic Power Bank. One device, 5 ways to charge. It snaps to your phone with MagSafe. It has 10,000 mAh of power. It supports 20-watt fast charging, has built-in cables, including Lightning and Type-C, and it even charges your Apple Watch. So instead of carrying a power bank with a bunch of cables, this handles the whole setup. Enter for free at ridge.com or shop Ridge and earn bonus entries on all your purchases.
Breaking, listen to this whole video, we'll understand why Trump has flipped on the Supreme Court. Usually I say the Supreme Court has flipped on Trump, but he is flipped on the Supreme Court. And why? I am smiling, because I am smiling. This is a great start to the weekend, and it is finally on like a motherfucker. Now it's going to get interesting. Listen, good old Darren, you're going to love to hear this. So, basically, Trump has done 2 things to say fuck you to the Supreme Court. Oh yeah, that's right, do that. That's going to work out for the rest of your administration and the rest of your term. So, he said to the Supreme Court, I'm going to put out executive orders against birthright citizenship. Ooh, I wonder why that's a problem. I know, because the Supreme Court said, no, bitch, you can't do that. You cannot do that. Do not do that. And he did it anyway. Now, some of y'all people, y'all don't understand. See, y'all say, but he doesn't like it, so he's going to ignore it. So that don't make a difference. No, bitch, it does make a difference. Don't you dare come troll me for this shit. I am telling you, this is the setup for the Trump takedown, baby. Now, here's the deal. I had to do one of them New Orleans, baby. Here's the deal. He also is trying to fire a Federal Reserve chair. Why is that such a flip on the Supreme Court? Oh, maybe because they said, do not do that shit. They were very specific. They say you do whatever you want to everybody that's independent, except for the Federal Reserve. Don't you fuck with the Federal Reserve. Do not fuck with Lisa Cook. Don't fuck with the Federal Reserve. Don't you touch a motherfucking thing. Trump said, fuck you bitches. I'm gonna do what I wanna do. What y'all gonna do to me? I'm the president. They can't do nothing to me. I got immunity. And I know my people don't, and they probably fuck real good. But I ain't got immunity. They ain't about to do nothing to me. You can't touch me. I'm free. Ain't nah. Epstein what? Teflon, bitch. Teflon Don, bitch. That's what I'm gonna do. And I dare any other body at all to challenge me. Yes. This is liberals, listen to me. This is exactly what we want. Because now, this opens up the conversation we were talking about over 15 months ago. Because they said, well, if he challenges the court, what can the court do? So back then, I looked up, I said, oh, do you know, since there are 3 branches of government, each branch can have their own deputies, can have their own courts, and do their own stuff, like really go after a motherfucker? And do you know the judicial branch is the main one who can check the president in this case? Do you know this is the case? We all wonder, well, how the Supreme Court gonna rule for certain things? We don't know what they gonna do, yada, yada, woo-woo. It got interesting. Because here's the problem. Here's the challenge. Here's the issue that I want you to understand very clearly.
It's Andy, General Counsel of the DNC. I'm here with an urgent request at a time when mass action can still make a difference. Will you pitch in just $1 to the DNC Fight Fund to help my team protect mail-in voting? If you're seeing this video, it means we still haven't won our lawsuit to stop Trump from undermining vote by mail. It means we're still trying to stop the Department of Homeland Security from getting oversight over who should vote. We're doing everything we can to fight MAGA's attempts to undermine the midterm elections, and even just $1 can help us win. I know it might not seem like $1 can do anything, especially in the existential fight to save our democracy. But if thousands upon thousands chip in, we'll prove that the people won't roll over when the government comes after our rights. We'll send a message that they can't ignore.
The problem is that he's challenging the people he expects to be on his side. And if he has the Supreme Court against him, while the appeals court and the lower courts have been ruling against him by 80%, even the wins that he has up here may not be wins, and anything he wants to bring up here may not be brought. And they got every right to say, you know what? We're not taking anymore. We good. We good. You're basically shitting on the judgment of the Supreme Court. Why is that wrong? Why is that wrong? Constitutional law? He's breaking constitutional law. But Darren, Trump always gets to break constitutional law. No, bitch. No, he doesn't. That's what I mean. You have not paid attention. You've been living your own life, doing your own thing, and not paying attention to every single thing. You have not paid attention. So I am here to tell you on Friday, talking shit, having fun, la 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 la. I will be gaming later, by the way. Darren Monroe Gaming. I'm having fun with gaming. Have you been to my YouTube site on gaming? Yes, Darren Monroe Gaming. Make sure all of you subscribe to Darren Monroe Gaming. If you don't like gaming, then that's okay. You don't have to. That's all right. But if you like gaming and you know GTA 6 rocks, you should be over here like yesterday. Get onto my channel on YouTube, Darren Monroe Gaming, here on YouTube. Now back to this crazy bitch. I'm trying to tell you that he is messing with his own supposed allies. He's had enough. I'm gonna fire Lisa Cook, and I don't care what y'all say. Then he went in and said, I don't care what y'all say about me and birthright citizenship. I'm gonna executive order the shit out of that. You know who's behind that? I told y'all a couple of videos. This is some Stephen Miller shit. This is some Stephen Miller motherfucking shit, and this motherfucker is in trouble. Look at my Stephen Miller should go to jail thing. There's a couple of videos ago. There's Stephen Miller going to jail. You know you know you done fucked up, right? You know you done fucked up. Because now you gonna challenge constitutional law against the third power of the three branches in our government. Now, the question is, are they going to be pussies and be like, okay, is he going to punk? Is he going to punk the constitutional? The Constitution and the Supreme Court of the land? Because I know the most interested group of people to watch what happens, the most interested group of people are the lower court judges that handle 99% of the cases and the appeals court. And oh, by the way, my girl Kamala Harris, who I've been saying gonna be president, she's already said, hey, we need 13 members of the Supreme Court. We need to change this bitch up. We need some changes, and we need Supreme Court reform. My girl, Juliana Stratton, has said, who's gonna be senator here in Illinois, replace dick bitch ass Durbin, prick ass Durbin, who's coming in. She said we need Supreme Court reform. We got more progressives out there. I don't think I even need to ask if El Said out of Michigan say we need Supreme Court reform. He wins. Oh, we gonna have some interesting conversations come January 3rd. There's a hit list on all the administration. Plus, the thing they gotta do most is D-bill. The fucking big, beautiful bill. Even if they don't have the numbers, they can defund it. Most people don't know that. Do you know that? Now you know that. If you don't know, now you know, baby, baby. But, challenge the Supreme Court? Oh, baby, baby, let's go. Let's go. Hercules, 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 Hercules. Go ahead. Try it. Try it, motherfucker. Try it. You fucking with the wrong ones. Because I'm gonna tell you right now. You fucking with the wrong ones. You messing with motherfuckers who could take you down. Now, will they have the balls to do it? Let's find out. I think some of them want that smoke. See, here's the thing. They take down Trump. They still got a Republican president. Vance. They still win. But will they do it? But I'll tell you what they won't do. They won't allow somebody to punk them in front of the whole judicial branch and the most interested people watching like this and with some popcorn, just watching them.
The fuel additive was added in the morning, the carbon deposits were cleared the next day, and the acceleration improved by the following month. If your car has already hit 100,000 kilometers, stop using fuel system cleaners and catalytic converter cleaners.
Is the lower court judges. They're like, oh, now he's coming to try to punk you. He tried to punk us. Didn't work. Let's see how the Supremes deal with it. See, I know how 3 of them gonna deal with it. We know the ones on our side and on the law side. But the other 6, let's see how them do. Let's see how they play it. Oh, yes, y'all. And you don't stop. It's about to be on. And you know what interests me the most watching all of this? And you should be entertained as well. Are you entertained? Ha. Put in the comments, say, entertained, Darren. You are wonderful entertaining. And entertainment. See, I thought I'd be entertaining in YouTube, be entertaining. This shit is amazing. Because everybody else says, oh, why is he getting away with it? No, he's getting away for it because he's about to get that ass smacked. Then he's talking about, oh, he gets to do everything. No, bitch, he don't get to do everything. It's not the case. The law don't play games like that, even for the president. But we about to find out. See, Trump is a habitual line stepper. Some of y'all from Dave Chappelle's show know what I'm talking about. Trump is the white Rick James, bitch. He's the white Rick James. He's gonna come in and try to do what the fuck he want to do, and nobody can tell him what to do because I'm Donald Trump, bitch. And all of us are like, does he get to do that? When in actuality, it's like, yeah, the motherfucker get to do that. He's gonna do that. He's gonna do that. That's okay. I'm trying to tell you, man. You think when you get the money, you get the power. It's not gonna work out well. Here's the other thing. Look at this. He's got his whole banking movements open with Capital One. Who's in your wallet? The law and the media and the world. And then he's going to try to do an Epstein move and be like, oh, look at my brand new flashy thing to upset you so you do not see this banking information. This flashy thing, you do not see this banking information. It's like cross hypnosis. This is a wonderful thing, but I am not paying attention. You know, he's the NLP, you know? The no law prick. You know what I'm saying? He's just, you know, and as you know, LMP, lies, manipulation, and projecting. This is a perfect, two of these, perfect example when I say projecting authority he doesn't have. You can't do that. You can't just get rid of that, especially after the Supreme Court said, no, bitch, you ain't doing that. So now it's about to get gaming people. Did you get to my gamers thing? I know there's 300 and 400 people who are gaming who damn near want to make a little bit of money, if not a lot of money. I know you want to get over there. That's why I keep mentioning this, because I know you want to get over there. I'm almost at 1,000 subscribers. I'm 660. Get your ass over there. If you're not a gamer, don't go over there, because I know you ain't going to watch my shit. It's cool. It's all right. But I'm entertaining nonetheless. Am I entertaining you? Say entertaining. in the comments. I'm just trying to get you to understand why I am smiling and celebrating. Celebration. I got a big announcement between now and Monday. I've been talking about that in every video. Big announcement, big announcement, big announcement to share with all of you. Big announcement. Big. It's gigantic for me. It should be educational for you. Okay? Some of you are really going to get it. And, yeah. But here's the thing I want you to understand. It's bad. It's bad. Bad move he made. See, there's basically now 4 things he's in trouble with. There's 4 things. I'll probably do a video this weekend talking about it. The 4 things are Epstein. He had 2 that could get him kicked out. Epstein corruption was enough, right? But he added banking, money laundering stuff.
Shine. Shopping online. Download today and get started.
Which makes it work, because banking, money laundering, a whole other thing from the corruption he making off of our country as president. But banking, money laundering stuff, because Eric, Don, Barron, and Jared are going to jail. John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith is going to jail. And his name is my name too, all right? And then you had the banking shit you fucking with. And then BBC got them fucking paying attention to your irrevocable trust, even though you lowered the suit. The attention, understand this, the suit's been lowered so they can't get in, but the attention has been risen, just like with Epstein. And now you got number 4. You fucking with the Supreme Court, bitch. It's bad enough you fuck with the IRS, which they're going to hit him with IRS investigations and his whole family as soon as this administration's over. We got 29 months to go. And they're going to hit him with other shit. But now you done really fucked-ified this the fuck up. You fucked. You are fucked. Because now you're out there putting out your business on power, on projecting authority you don't have, that they clearly ruled on. I mean, this is new, y'all. This is newer than anything. In the past, he went out there and waited to see who's going to rule on it. Whether it be lower courts, appeal courts, if the Supreme Court was going to take it on. But they ruled on it. This is the first time in history a president has broken constitutional law already ruled on literally weeks after the Supreme Court, the biggest law in the land, has ruled on it. He's trying to punk the Supreme Court. I want to know if it works. For real. Listen. I want to know if this shit works. Will they get... Stay tuned in all my politicians to see if Trump is going to be able to punkify the Supreme Court. And I'm telling you, the lower courts are watching. They talking. Streets is... Man, Jay-Z song, first out, it's never been real. Streets is watching. And the Supreme Court knows it. How they gonna handle it? How you gonna handle it? Are you gonna be silent little bitches? That wouldn't be good. Because your Lord people gonna be looking at you like bitches too. It's one thing for you to rule. It's one thing for you to say, we're not gonna rule on that. Or something, open docket, we'll make sure we do this. This whole open, they're trying to make decisions without all of them voting on it and shit. They've been doing that shit for the last 20 months in the Supreme Court. But here's where it gets really, he is openly saying, fuck you, Supreme Court. Fuck your thoughts on the Federal Reserve. Fuck your thoughts on birthright citizenship. Hardcore shit that they made decisions on. What you gonna do now, bitch? Because if you let that shit fly, they need to seriously investigate, tear down the Supreme Court. There's a problem. You can't let him step over constitutional law. He has not done that, by the way, for those who think, well, he does that every time. No, bitch, he don't do that every time. He can't. But now, if they do this shit, if they let him just use them as a cuck, C-U-C-K, look it up. It's cuck. If they let him shit all over, if they just let him just be pooped on and all, if they let him just poop all over them, they gotta go. They gotta go. And I'm talking about the 6, not the 3. They gotta go. They gotta go. But there's a problem. Somebody knows something about Epstein and they got something on them because they gotta go. That shit don't look right. And quite frankly, he's forced you into the corner to be his bitch or for him to be theirs. That's why I'm saying battle royale. See, I want that smoke. Just like I want Blanche to be confirmed. I told you he'd be confirmed, didn't I? I said, they confirming him. He's like, I don't know. Cassidy might do, and Merkel, Lisa Merkel, whatever, out of Markowitz. That bitch been turning on us since Trump became president. She folded several times, okay? Might as well have her own laundromat. She done folded like a motherfucker. Fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch. And little bitch, and speaking of bitch, Bill Cassidy, a little bitch. He done punked your ass, and here you are confirming this motherfucker after all the shit they've done. You could at least have a pair and stand strong. You gonna end your senatorship. You gonna end your shit.
Join the world's #1 RPG game. Download now.
My whole crew knew my wife was cheating for 2 years. Nobody told me.
Agreeing with Donald Trump and the party for Blanche. I think there's something up. I think Bill is getting ready to go to the private sector. He gonna get referred to by some top people, and the Republican Party gonna show him some love, and he's doing it for money, not direct money paid under. I think he's doing it for the additional money he's gonna make out of this situation. I think that's what's happening. And that's my perspective on it. But I'm trying to tell y'all right now, these motherfuckers in trouble. They in trouble. Because when Blanche get in there and fuck up more shit because he ain't listening to nobody but Trump, he gonna go deeper into the jail, and so is Trump. They going to jail. And Trump then fucked up 4 times now. Used to be 2. If you see my past videos, you've seen Epstein, you've seen corruption. Now these other 2 just came up. The banking, fucking around with who's in your wallet, a Capital One, okay? You're gonna be in trouble with capital offenses. And now you gonna fuck with the Supreme Court that just ruled on these 2 things, just told you. They done told you, don't fuck with these 2 things. You said, you know what? I'm gonna fuck with these 2 things. I gotta give him one thing. That is some ballsy fucking shit. You know he's dying. He's like, fuck it. What they gonna do? What they gonna do? Oh, they gonna roll on my people? Fuck them. Fuck them people. Fuck them people. That's what he's saying. That's what that crazy motherfucker is saying. He is off the hook, man. Off the hook. Oh, man. Remember, as always, hopefully you subscribe to me. Of course, those gamers, get on over there. Darren Monroe Gaming. I'm really cool over there. Teaching people how to get money on gaming. Yes, gaming. Gaming. Especially if you are GTA 6 people. All right. Remember this with Trump. He didn't win. He's not winning now. He's on the list. The list is coming out. And if he lives so long, he's going to jail. And oh, yes, he's going to have company. Stephen Miller's all over this. Stephen Miller's all over this. Believe me, Stephen Miller's in trouble. Big.
dire warning coming from some of the nation's top military commanders. Sources now say that the U.S. has gone through a dramatically high amount of a key weapon in just the past 6 months during the war with Iran. CNN senior national security reporter Zach Cohen is a part of the team that is behind this reporting. So Zach, what are you and our colleagues learning?
Yeah, Casey, we're told that the U.S. military has actually burned through more of its stockpile of key munitions than we previously thought, and it's prompting senior military commanders to issue warnings that those levels, those inventory levels, are now dangerously low. That was a quote from one of the sources to me, Jim Sciutto and Haley Britsky. And look, specifically, we're told that 80% of the U.S. stockpile of interceptors for a key air defense system known as THAAD, that those have been used up during the Iran war so far, just in 5 months of this conflict. I mean, that's a staggering number. That's higher than the percentage that we had believed was true just weeks ago, where it was more around 60%. But that is an important system because it's the primary means, along with Patriot missiles, that the U.S. is able to counter and take down ballistic missiles. And it's not just used by the U.S. military. It's also used by some of its key allies, including some in the Middle East, namely Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. And so we're also told, in addition to those staggering low number of THAAD left in the U.S. stockpiles, that the U.S. has also gone through 50% of its Patriot interceptors. And to put that in perspective, the U.S. had about 2,000 Patriot missiles in its inventory before the war started. It has about half that.
Hey, just so you know, when all is said and done 20, 30 years from now and we look back, there's documentaries about the fascist authoritarian dictatorship you're living in, Donald Trump will have looted around $1 trillion from the U.S. Treasury, scattered among his fucking bloodline of disgusting cretin and all of his fascist goons. Probably more than $1 trillion, if I'm being honest with you. This is not hyperbolic. This is your money, by the way, U.S. taxpayer dollars. If you're curious as per why the United States had a $1.5 trillion military budget, and then we ran out of ammo during the illegal and offensive war against Iran that we are waging in the name of Israel, that's because Donald Trump is skimping off the top. He's taking all of that money. But yeah, no, he's probably looted around $1 trillion because Donald J. Trump, the pedophile Fuhrer, is the most corrupt man throughout all of human history. That's not a joke. That's not sarcastic. Donald J. Trump is the most corrupt man throughout all of human history. Hey, just so you know, when all is said and done 20, 30 years from now and we look back, there's documentaries about the fascist authoritarian dictatorship you're living in, Donald Trump will have looted around $1 trillion from the U.S. Treasury, scattered among his fucking bloodline of disgusting cretin and all of his fascist goons. Probably more than $1 trillion, if I'm being honest with you. This is not hyperbolic. This is your money, by the way, U.S. taxpayer dollars. If you're curious as per why the United States had a $1.5 trillion military budget, and then we ran out of ammo during the illegal and offensive war against Iran that we are waging in the name of Israel, that's because Donald Trump is skimping off the top. He's taking all of that money. But yeah, no, he's probably looted around $1 trillion because Donald J. Trump, the pedophile Fuhrer, is the most corrupt man throughout all of human history. That's not a joke. That's not sarcastic. Donald J. Trump is the most corrupt man throughout all of human history. Hey, just so you know, when all is said and done 20, 30 years from now and we look back, there's documentaries about the fascist authoritarian dictatorship you're living in, Donald Trump will have looted around $1 trillion from the U.S. Treasury, scattered among his fucking bloodline of disgusting cretin and all of his fascist goons. Probably more than $1 trillion, if I'm being honest with you. This is not hyperbolic. This is your money, by the way, U.S. taxpayer dollars. If you're curious as per why the United States had a $1.5 trillion military budget, and then we ran out of ammo during the illegal and offensive war against Iran that we are waging in the name of Israel, that's because Donald Trump is skimping off the top. He's taking all of that money. But yeah, no, he's probably looted around $1 trillion because Donald J. Trump, the pedophile Fuhrer, is the most corrupt man throughout all of human history. That's not a joke. That's not sarcastic. Donald J. Trump is the most corrupt man throughout all of human history. Hey, just so you know, when all is said and done 20, 30 years from now and we look back, there's documentaries about the fascist authoritarian dictatorship you're living in.
The MAGA crowd seldom has anything to say that's intelligent, so the only thing left is for them to say things that are stupid. So when Donald Trump and Fox News and MAGA start throwing around the word communist, that's pretty damn stupid. There's no American that wants our country to become communist, resemble the old Soviet Union or North Korea. A lot of Democrats do want more funding for things like healthcare, housing, Social Security. That doesn't make them communist. Turns out there is a website for the Communist Party of America, just like there's a website for the American Nazi Party. I wouldn't call the MAGA leadership Nazis, but I do call them fascist because it's exactly what they are. The MAGA crowd seldom has anything to say that's...
You don't have to look like this in order... Watch this, and then we're gonna talk about it. Watch.
Listen, I just saw a creator who said that he left MAGA and got a ton of backlash from people saying that, you know, oh, we don't forgive you, or blah, 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 blah. I mean, you guys, we can be pissed off at somebody for voting for Trump and voting for MAGA, while at the same time greet them with open arms and say, we're glad that you're here. Because if we're treating them bad when they're leaving MAGA and coming, then why would they not go back to MAGA and just be like, hey, those guys are jerks, you know, let's stick it to them or whatever. Like, we need to give people grace. People are not perfect. Wouldn't you rather have somebody come around than not come around at all? So the next time you see a video where somebody is deconstructing their MAGA and changing their beliefs and actually realizing their mistake, instead of calling them out and saying you don't trust them or, you know, they failed or whatever, welcome them in. I mean, we can hold them accountable and tell them that there needs to be some restitution, but at the same time, we can welcome them with open arms and greet them, because their journey has been long and it's better than nothing.
So this guy, and listen, bud, I know you're trying to do a good thing, so I'm not going to really throw shade at you. I'm not going to insult you. I'm going to remind you of who these people are. Let me show you Exhibit A. This is Scotty Lebedo. And Scotty here went to an event where Mayor Mondani was speaking. And he was screaming slurs and screaming how he hated the mayor, even though the mayor's doing nothing but good things for New York City and its people. He was screaming so much that he gave himself a heart attack. And you're gonna want guys like Scotty Lebedo now sitting at your table? I think not. Now, pictures are one thing. Now let me show you a video of another MAGA that if he left MAGA, you'd want to sit at your table. Let's watch together.
The radical left is a domestic terrorist organization, needs to be stopped for good.
Do you see what I mean? They would do it again in a heartbeat. There is no saving these people. I've said it before and I'm going to say it again. The only way out of this is not only to vote in democratic socialists, it is to shun these people from society, not have them sit at our table. Racism doesn't go away overnight, bud. It is embedded in them. And the only reason why that they're leaving MAGA right now, it's because it's affecting them. It's hitting their pockets at the gas pump, at the grocery store. Everything is more expensive, and it is now affecting them. And I, for one, a stink nation, are not going to have any of these mamalukes sitting at my table. Now, you could do whatever you want to do, my friend. If you want to have them sit at your table, you do you. But here, in Stink Nation, we are going to shun them. We are not going to buy from them. We're not going to hire them. We're not going to have our children play with their children. We're not going to patronize any businesses that hire them. We are going to hit them where it hurts, their pocket. And we're going to give them everything that they've ever wanted, is to be alone. Away from brown people, away from marginalized communities. We're going to give them an island all to themselves, and we're going to do it by peacefully shunning them. Now, I'm going to take a moment to tribute this video to all my ride and dies, all my stinkers and stinkettes from Stink Nation, All of those that followed me first before the stink wasn't known by anybody. You didn't look at my following count. You didn't look to see how many likes I got or how many videos I put out. You believed in what the stink was saying. You are my loyal friends, and I just want to let you know, every single one of you, I respect and I love, and I want to thank you from the bottom of the stink's heart. Thank you so much for your follow. Thank you so much for your subscription. And I, the stink, will always have the back of you and good. Guys, tell me what you think about this in the comments. And if you haven't followed me yet, please do. Have a day! Watch this, and then we're gonna talk about it. Watch.
Listen, I just saw a creator who said that he left MAGA and got a ton of backlash from people saying that, you know, oh, we don't forgive you, or blah, 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 blah. I mean, you guys, we can be pissed off at somebody for voting for Trump and voting for MAGA, while at the same time greet them with open arms and say, we're glad that you're here. Because if we're treating them bad when they're leaving MAGA and coming, then why would they not go back to MAGA and just be like, hey, those guys are jerks, you know, let's stick it to them or whatever. Like, we need to give people grace. People are not perfect. Wouldn't you rather have somebody come around than not come around at all? So the next time you see a video where somebody is deconstructing their MAGA and changing their beliefs and actually realizing their mistake, instead of calling them out and saying you don't trust them or, you know, they failed or whatever, welcome them in. I mean, we can hold them accountable and tell them that there needs to be some restitution, but at the same time, we can welcome them with open arms and greet them, because their journey has been long and it's better than nothing.
So this guy, and listen, bud, I know you're trying to do a good thing, so I'm not going to really throw shade at you. I'm not going to insult you. I'm going to remind you of who these people are. Let me show you Exhibit A. This is Scotty Lebedo. And Scotty here went to an event where Mayor Mondani was speaking. And he was screaming slurs and screaming how he hated the mayor, even though the mayor's doing nothing but good things for New York City and its people. He was screaming so much that he gave himself a heart attack. And you're gonna want guys like Scotty Lebedo now sitting at your table? I think not. Now, pictures are one thing. Now let me show you a video of another MAGA that if he left MAGA, you'd want to sit at your table. Let's watch together.
The radical left is a domestic terrorist organization, needs to be stopped for good.
Do you see what I mean? They would do it again in a heartbeat. There is no saving these people. I've said it before and I'm going to say it again. The only way out of this is not only to vote in democratic socialists, it is to shun these people from society, not have them sit at our table. Racism doesn't go away overnight, bud. It is embedded in them. And the only reason why that they're leaving MAGA right now, it's because it's affecting them. It's hitting their pockets at the gas pump, at the grocery store. Everything is more expensive, and it is now affecting them. And I, for one, the stink, a stink nation, are not going to have any of these mamalukes sitting at my table. Now, you could do whatever you want to do, my friend. If you want to have them sit at your table, you do you. But here, in Stink Nation, we are going to shun them. We are not going to buy from them. We're not going to hire them. We're not going to have our children play with their children. We're not going to patronize any businesses that hire them. We are going to hit them where it hurts. their pocket, and we're gonna give them everything that they've ever wanted, is to be alone. Away from brown people, away from marginalized communities.
A black woman plays Helen of Troy in a movie, and white people scream, historical accuracy! Accuracy? You painted over black Madonnas for 1,000 years, you fucking morons! You don't want accuracy, you want your comfortable life!
How could Alexander the Great be white if the Macedonians who were Greek were black? Can somebody explain that to me? I asked my friend Steve, he sells insurance. He said, I don't think about it.
Rome rearranged spells more! I didn't make this up, that's an anagram! The Romans didn't just have melanated emperors, the name itself is a confession. Rome was a black operation!
They won't make movies about the Moors, because if they did, white people would have no history to steal. They'd be exposed as the late arrivals they are, so they give you crumbs. One black Cleopatra, one black gladiator, never the full meal, because the truth would set you free, and they can't have that. Hannibal was black too, so Alexander grew up surrounded by black generals, black advisors, black soldiers, and the one white guy in the room was Alexander. That's what they want you to believe. That's like saying the one white guy in Compton in 1992 founded the Bloods. Doesn't add up.
It's pseudo just because you don't know it, that's fair. I don't know how airplanes work. But they still fly. You don't read about the Moors. You don't comprehend. You just talk. That's me at parties. Nobody invites me anymore.
If you think Greece was white, go read Nature Knows No Color Line by J.A. Rogers. It'll show you the black nobility of Europe. Or keep your mouth shut. One or the other. Preferably both. The Trojan War was Moorish. Memnon had braids. Fucking braids! And Helen was melanated, but every painting looks like a Scandinavian wedding.
Remember, Rome was founded by Etruscans and Sabaeans, Ethiopians from India. Italy's origin story starts in Africa and Asia, but they want you to think Caesar had a tan. He was phony.
Severus was a melanated Roman emperor, but every statue shows a white dude with a perm, Renaissance repainting. We can't have a black Caesar. Paint that motherfucker beige. You know, a Moorish princess of Sicily kept science and philosophy alive during the Dark Ages. Not white monks, a black woman. But history books credit European civilization. What civilization? The one a princess saved from your ignorance? Cognitive dissonance. Beautiful term. People reject facts because it makes them feel stupid, so they use vague stuff. That's just a theory. That's not proven. Instead of picking up a goddamn book. You're not skeptical, you're scared.
You ever notice how history books always tell you those brave ancient mariners, the Phoenicians?
MAGA, ain't that your favorite one? Prove it. Fuck you weak motherfuckers.
People go, yeah, they're like white guys with sandals or something. Then you read this book, The World of the Phoenicians, Sabatino Moscati. Turns out the Greeks called them the red people. A little more sun than you...
White people have been claiming it for centuries like they found it in a dumpster. Oh, this is ours. No, motherfucker, that's stolen.
After Granada fell, they repainted every dark-skinned Madonna, every Moorish saint, every black philosopher, thousands of portraits whitewashed. That's not history. That's a goddamn crime scene.
Also, the Greeks didn't exist. Those were Peloponnesians, Macedonians, Ionians. Greek was a slur. So the entire foundation of Western civilization was built by people you were insulting. That's the biggest comeback in history.
Whoa, Rich Rising. They knew. They've been putting it in your face. They've been making jokes about it, using it for comedy. Everything is built by, ran by, invented by.
Peace, y'all. Yes, I'm going to do it. I take knowledge and wisdom and sacred history very seriously. And wisdom and sacred history very seriously. And the world's current and modern curriculums have obliterated real history in the sense of what actually happened. That's what history is. And they've reconstructed things. They've confused people. They've caused division. And so well-sourced education based on primary sources is required. Many people lived in caves, Ali, in Northern Africa, all over the world. This is true. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not just talking about people who lived in caves. I'm talking about people who were in the mountains, in the caves. And now they have you thinking that they weren't. And they painted themselves into places that they were not in. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to gently elaborate on things that I already put in documentaries. You can go to patreon.com/Dr. Ali, and I'll drop part 2 of the global white slave trade this week. It's been supposed to drop it. But the point is that you can go back, if you are a good researcher, prior to the 1400s, which means you need to get into the 1300s and before. And if you source your documents and texts properly, meaning they actually were written prior to the 1300s, you're going to start to see communications that change things. And so I want to elaborate on this. And just so you know where I get that image from, Gaspar Shatti, 17th century book, screenshot it. And he was the one that was talking about hominids and, you know, these different terms, wild men, etc. The point is they existed. Screenshot it. All right, so he's talking about various types of hominids. This is important because they have you thinking hominids lived thousands of years ago, Denisovan, Neanderthals. No, that's not true. In this form, they were present in Europe in the 16th century, 17th century. It's still on the planet right now in certain places. But the point is we have to get to the origin of the story. And just so you don't think it's impractical, this was talked about. Petrus Gonzalez, him and his family, his daughters. And he was, oh, this is just a condition. No. This is something else. And so you can go straight to the Vatican Library. Take a look at that. And you can see what was going on in the Balkans, past the Caspian Sea, etc. But I'm going to show you that barriers were put up, specifically the Wall of Gorgon and the Great Wall of Cathay, which you call China, Great Wall of China, incorrectly, because these people were placed there. And so all of the history that you think is ancient Greece and ancient Rome, it never happened. And the reason why it was reconstructed is to hide the fact that they were up in these mountains. We know when they came out. We know when they went in. We know what happened while they were there. We know how they lost their form. We know what happened. And so this is not conspiracy theory. You don't go from eumelanin to pheopigments without an explanation. And modern evolutionary biology does not give that. I want to give it. So let me ask you a question. Who is this? This is from the Leo Bible. Who is that? Caesar, brother. Who is it? It's the Pope. Look at his name. Macarius I. Ruled 10th century. Why is that important? Who is this? 1945? Macarius III. He's the Pope. How come you don't learn about this Pope? So my education to you is for you to know that there was a different Pope. That little Pope over there in Italy was an overseer who started the rebellion, or he was a part of the team that started the rebellion in the 1300s, 1400s. Yeah. Okay. Great Wall of Gorgon. That's the Caspian Sea over there. Below this is Iran, and this is moving over towards Lower Eastern Europe into Asia. What is the Great Wall of Gorgon? This is also the wall that's mentioned in the Quran. Dul al-Qarnan, who was building a wall, and he wanted to keep Gog and Magog in. So this was the western half. The eastern half was what you call the Great Wall of China. Why were they building walls to keep people up into the mountains? They were keeping people inside of what's called the European steppe. So this is some details on the Great Wall of Gorgon, some sources. Here's a close-up. a physical view. Some more geography so you can see how it is with Iran. All right. So now you're going to see why Iran has a problem with a particular group of people, and they have had it for a long time. And this is what Iranians look like at the time. Sassanians, etc. They look like this. And I have to show you this and this because it was explaining this source. Grand Cathay was the capital of Tartary. And Cathay is where you get the Greek Katholikos. Catholics have nothing to do with Christians in a church. Cathay does go back to Tartaria. And the Catholics were the people who followed that universal system. Now, Tartary was a colony of Egypt. I'm going to use this book to show you who was in the caves. This is a around 1330s book. Going back to my other subject, the Sultans at the Tower of Babylon. That was in Cairo. So you see here of the great Khan of Cathay. And they're going to talk about Khan, the Genghis Khan, Haluga Khan, all the Khans. And they're going to talk about the laws and customs of Tartary.
Listen, if you think that we're winning this war with Iran right now, let me share with you something that is like widely known all over the Middle East right now that is not being shown on like American news or talk channels or anything, or even European news probably. But the other night when Iran attacked the United States position, after the United States attacked them, they're concentrating on the American positions in these Gulf Coast countries. They're destroying all American presence in the Middle East. Bahrain, Saudi, Jordan, Qatar, Kuwait. The other night, they hit Kuwait so hard. I mean, like, literally the entire thing is, like, blown up, man. And there were significant deaths and injuries of United States soldiers. That's what's being shown and reported, and it makes sense because we can see the destruction, right? The United States is not telling you this. They're hiding these deaths and these injuries of United States soldiers who are literally just being fucking creamed here in the Middle East, okay? And like, so many have even been evacuated. I've reported on this before, and they're not being taken care of by the government. There's thousands of them in Virginia stranded in hotels. Listen, these people were living on an American military base, and you may not know what that means, but this is like a city. They have schools, they have a fire department, they have like people that have jobs like restaurants, cafes, whatever. Like, people live there, families live there. They have cars, they have clothes, they have family items, they have their homes. Gone. About 50,000 United States troops gone from the Middle East. And in limbo, they don't even know where they're going. Some were sent to Ramstein, some were sent to Virginia. They were sent all over the place, right? And the rest are hiding in hotels that are getting bombed by Iran. Dude, the death rate of United States soldiers and the injury rate, this is going to come out later. And you're going to be like, holy shit, this guy Quinn told me about this. I'm telling you, it's catastrophically high. It's way the fuck higher than I think the CENTCOM has admitted 14 soldiers died. No. No. Oh my gosh, no. Like, dude, this is like utter destruction over here. Utter destruction. And now Iran is threatening to bring it to America's shores. And you're about to see. Like, dude, you've got to stop Trump. Whatever you have to do, I don't care what you have to do. You have to call every fucking representative you have. Like, you've got to stop this madman. Because he's literally going to lead us into World War III. and these Gulf Coast countries, they're not going to exist anymore. Like, they can't exist without their desalination plants. And Iran is already striking those. And Iran has said, like, listen, we don't want to do this shit, but if you keep doing it to us, we're going to do it to you. And they're doing it. Like, they've already struck desal. Dude, without water, these people can't live there. The entire area will be evacuated. no Dubai, no Abu Dhabi, nothing. Gone. People, gone. That's what's going to fucking happen. And Iran will do a ground invasion too. They'll do a ground invasion of like Bahrain, Qatar. Plus you have like the Yemenis that are like, of course, ready to take on Saudi and are, because Saudi's done them so much wrongs. Listen, this is catastrophic, guys. And you should be doing whatever you can to like get out there and fight against American imperialism right now, because it's going to destroy the world. Anyway, I know this is a long video, and if you made it this far, yay, you like my stuff. Listen, I report on this all the time. I also have a daily email that I send out. Link in bio. Get on my email list through Substack. And also go buy my books and my website. Like, I've got lots of content. I'm trying to share everything I'm seeing while I'm living here in the Middle East. And just, plug in and get educated. Love y'all. Listen, if you think that we're winning this war with Iran right now, let me share with you something that is like widely known all over the Middle East right now, that is not being shown on like American news or talk channels or anything, or even European news probably. But the other night when Iran attacked the United States position, after the United States attacked them, they're concentrating on the American positions in these Gulf Coast countries. They're destroying all American presence in the Middle East. Bahrain, Saudi, Jordan, Qatar, Kuwait. The other night, they hit Kuwait so hard. I mean, like, literally the entire thing is, like, blown up, man. And there were significant deaths and injuries of United States soldiers. That's what's being shown and reported, and it makes sense because we can see the destruction, right? The United States is not telling you this. They're hiding these deaths and these injuries of United States soldiers who are literally just being fucking creamed here in the Middle East, okay? And like, so many have even been evacuated. I've reported on this before, and they're not being taken care of by the government. There's thousands of them in Virginia stranded in hotels. Listen, these people were living on an American military base, and you may not know what that means, but this is like a city. They have schools, they have a fire department, they have like people that have jobs like restaurants, cafes, whatever. Like, people live there, families live there. They have cars, they have clothes, they have family items, they have their homes. Gone. About 50,000 United States troops gone from the Middle East. And in limbo. They don't even know where they're going. Some were sent to Ramstein, some were sent to Virginia. They were sent all over the place, right? And the rest.
So for all the idiots out there that bitch and whine and say this is a constitutional republic, it's not a democracy, it's a constitutional republic. Well, maybe you're learning that constitutional republic, one party, devolves into tyranny, devolves into what we've got with Donald J. Trump right now, devolves into fascism or communism or something other than what we had as democracy. Yeah, we not always like what either party is doing, but at least one party offsets the other party. But that's not even happening here, because Donald J. Trump is in the middle of a coup, because he lied to people that don't have much of an IQ. He lied to people over and over and over again until it became the truth, again, by people that don't have cognitive skills to do critical thinking. And he bought these people. They bought hook, line, sinker, and what this guy was going to do, what he said he was going to do, and he didn't. He's done none of those things. We could have told you that. Everybody on the left could have told you that. Project 2025. God, we screamed at the top of our lungs, but you people, you thought you were so fucking cool with your Trump garb and your Trump hats and your Trump flags and your stupid Trumpisms. Didn't listen one bit. So now you got your constitutional republic that has.
Hi, friends.
and products of clancestors. Happy Thursday. Hey, President Toupee, that balding bitch, he may be in a little bit of a pickle. Finally, the man who looks like he just tossed his wig up in the air and ran underneath it may finally have to face consequences for being the atrocious human being and spawn of Satan that he is. I'm gonna tell y'all why. So I mentioned briefly last night that New Mexico has opened an investigation into the Schmepstein files. And they're taking Rapey McSundown and his people to court because they're stonewalling and they want some info. Well, as it turns out, y'all, there may be an investigation happening here as well. The federal judge demanded last week that Buttlicker Blanche hand over the unredacted files. And as of today, same said judge called Buttlicker back and was like, why are these redacted like this? Why did you not release these to the public? He's invited him to come in tomorrow to explain further as to why they didn't do what they were supposed to in releasing all of the files. You'll have to excuse me. I've been doing some research and I'm a tad bit excited. So, that being said, I would like to remind everyone that our soldiers are being brought home in boxes because those bunch of fucking idiots in a cult elected, say it with me now, a pedophile. Yeah, they did. And all his little friends. So now, innocent people are paying all the consequences, whether they be in ICE custody, whether they be in our military, whether they just be innocent victims such as our children who have to watch all of their parents suffer because a bunch of fucking idiots were racist and bigots and couldn't vote for the woman with the funny laugh. And look where we all are. Expect the Epstein shit to start blowing up. And, by the way, if you'd like more information about what's going on and what's in said files, I can just give you a little tidbit. Go and research Sasha Riley. Go research that. It's free to you guys. It's free to the public. All of those files are. Go research it and see why people are actually dying for this piece of shit. Okay. Well, I'm going to go because I am preparing for a very long video tomorrow. Well, not too long because I know everybody.
Where we just left off about Donald Trump wanting to be a king, thinking he's a sovereign, thinking he is untouchable, unquestionable, no way to defy him. He will be here forever. And as a bonus, it's going to lead us at the end of the clip that I play. It's going to lead us right into the economy because Donald Trump right now, because he's stupid and also thinks that he's unassailable, unquestionable, undefiable, he is leading us to ruin economically because of those bad decisions. Yesterday, he gave an interview with Punchbowl, which is an independent outlet, I think independent. And he said something in the interview about maybe running in 2028. Right now, Donald Trump is seeing not only the Republican Party be absolutely destroyed in the midterms, Andy Ogles yesterday lost his primary in Tennessee. That should tell you just about everything you need to know about the state of MAGA right now. Not the Republican Party, although they are very closely aligned. It's almost imperceptible, the differences. Andy Ogles was thick as thieves. He was MAGA. A guy who wants to name everything after Trump. He wants to amend the Constitution to allow Donald Trump to run for a third term. He wants to name everything. It's a nightmare. And now he's gone. He will not be a congressman because he lost his primary to another Republican who wasn't endorsed by Donald Trump. But in this interview with Punchbowl, he's lamenting, there's a point to all of that. He's lamenting that these other candidates, that he's not on the ballot, so it's going to hurt the Republican Party because people aren't going to vote for him. And he mentions not being on the ballot or maybe being on the ballot in 2028, which, by the way, is a violation of the 22nd Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, which prohibits a president from serving more than 2 terms.
The question is, and they're asking this question, and I've had some great polls recently, real polls, but they're great polls. if I don't run, will those people go out and vote? And that's the one thing I can't tell. I'm going to ask them to, but I'm just watching guys like you, and you're very talented people. The question is, will they vote? Because a lot of them are very angry at Republicans, to be honest with you. Why is that? I don't know. I mean, they're angry at Republicans, but they're not angry at me.
Why?
They're not angry at me, but they are angry at Republicans.
Everyone's always angry.
And there are some areas that are basically Democrat, but they're Trump, like Pennsylvania. I win Pennsylvania easily.
If I don't run in 2028, one, let's get the elephant in the, no pun intended, Republican Party, a mascot. The elephant in the room is that Donald Trump very likely will not be alive in 2028 to run. He will very likely die this year. I thought he would already have kicked over, but no doctor, haven't examined him, thank God, to be that close. So we'll see. But if I don't run, and then acknowledges people are very angry with the Republican Party. Not me. They're not angry with me. They're angry with the Republican Party. Sir, Dick, you are the Republican Party. So it's your party, the party of Trump, when it's convenient and when you're on top, but when you're losing and you're losing your ass, all of a sudden, they're angry at them, not me. No, it's just the party, not me. I'm separate and apart. I'm different. And look, we know that Donald Trump has been talking about running for a third term for a long time. He's printed the hats. He wears the hats. He goes out at rally appearances and talks about being a third term president or a fourth term president even. He said that at the White House Correspondents' Dinner Part Duh that they just did. But he said this again in the Oval Office at the signing that I just played for you about the birthright citizenship executive order. And while defending the Constitution, ostensibly that's what they're doing, he is here bragging like he's gonna run again. And I want you to watch, listen to what Donald Trump is saying, but don't keep your eyes on Donald Trump. Keep your eyes on Stephen Miller as Donald Trump talks about running for a third term. To these people, this is a joke. It is a joke to defy the United States Constitution, to violate our laws. It is a joke to them as he's nudge, elbow, looking over at Howard Lutnick, the guy who I guess is just waiting for the next time he can get to Epstein's Island again.
And we're having massive numbers of, I guess you'd call them factories or plants built having to do with the manufacturing of chips, more than we've ever had before. Intel, we're very proud of. They've done incredible. They've really been an incredible company. But we're doing some unbelievable business. Chips will have a big percentage of the chip business by the time I leave office, which could be a long time. Who knows? But it could also be fairly quick. They say 2.5 years. We're going to find out. But I just want to say that it's an honor to have worked with a very smart group of people, and we're bringing the chip business back into the United States in a very big way. Jameson, do you have anything to say about that?
Sir, I think you need to put this in the context of everything else that's happening. Manufacturing productivity is the highest it's been in years. We haven't seen any growth like this for forever.
Now, I left that last part in there with Jameson Greer, the trade representative of the White House, talking about manufacturing numbers, because it's going to lead us right into the next story. But let's talk a little bit about Stephen Miller's face there. I mean, that's a hell of a sentence. Let's talk about Stephen Miller's face. I would rather not. But what is that? These are people who have, both of them, Howard Lutnick, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump on multiple occasions, have raised their right hand and swore an oath, given a solemn vow before God, ostensibly. They're all